Yes! Oh, wicked! Let's rock! Ah, awesome. Okay, how is everyone doing today? Let's go. Okay, right. So this is going to be a fun stream, and as a little side little bonus a bit later. I was given a really really fun maths problem, which I'm looking to kind of deal with. It's like, yeah, it's something which kind of, it's probably not even a maths problem, but it was something where kind of like when someone showed me it, I was just like as someone who's quite into maths, my mind was just blown. But it does sound like a sort of maybe a sort of mediocre middle of the line maths problem, but to me I was just like, oh, which I'll show off a bit later. But so, right, today, what are we looking to do? Right, we've been working the last two streams on putting a map together for our game, because obviously everyone wants an overworld map. That's the most exciting thing ever. That's what I'm working on. I think two streams ago. Actually, let's have a look. I can't remember. Did I leave it on any error messages? It's been a little while. No, this looks good. So I think 2 weeks ago we were working on getting the islands so they sort of connect up, right? And all of these islands are indeed randomized. So like when you're seeing these odd little sort of tiny islands coming off, it is random each time. So that's generally what I was working on 2 episodes. This time, last episode, I was working on getting this little pink guy to wander around, and you can sort of, you can make him like move different ways. And I've then worked on the way of getting the camera, if I press R, to sort of pan in, because I want the focus to be on one specific island each time. And what we're also going to work on as well, I don't know if I'll be able to do it this stream. And also I need, like, one thing is I've made it so that you can't like walk into the water, into the island. So I can wander around here, that's no problem. But what we're looking to do this stream is essentially, right, this is quite hard to explain, but at the moment you can see that there's like a sort of bridge of islands, or a bit of land connecting, that generally goes all the way around and connects around there, which is great. That's what I'm after. But the way which I've done that, it was a very sort of like put some masking tape on. It kind of just about works, because at the moment the only reason it works is specifically because I've got a 5x6 width of islands. If I change that, then everything's broken. And if we go into the code, you can even see, it's like when I was putting these numbers together, it's like technically like 2 is for up, and we're trying to, I made it a lot more confusing than it needs to be. So what we kind of want to do is have a function that works out how many islands by how many islands the whole area is going to be, and then make then kind of do a sort of a complicated for loop. I say complicated, it's complicated to me because I think there's going to be quite a lot of ifs, that are if gates, that are going to be needed. But we're going to do a complicated set of like for loops so that we can know that it goes right, up, left, up, right. It's probably not. I'm making it sound more complicated than it needs to be. So that's okay though. So I think we're going to do. It's also, I'm going to make it so that we do potentially, because it doesn't at the moment, like my general idea of creating the islands is for it to kind of go up like that. There is potential for me to actually do a sort of spiral, so it kind of does a sort of square spiral, and the center point is the last thing. But for the time being, I made this whole XY class. It made a lot of sense at the time, but I don't even know if we need this. So I am going to have a public direction array. I'm going to call it worm up island. Oh wow! Oh, fat wee Fat Wee Wee 420. Nice. Nice. Yes. Awesome. How's it going today? Let's rock. Yeah, we're making some we're doing some code to just try and make. I genuinely think every game that has an overworld, like sort of Super Mario World or something like that, that genuinely, it's like that. I just love it, and I'm looking to make a overworld at the moment that's slightly randomized. Yeah, so we're going to have it get worm up directions. I think that should be fine. Okay, and we're going to have int width. Actually, we'll have it lowercase. Width of islands and int height of islands. Right, that should be good. Okay, so oh yeah, sometimes I've got the autocorrect that just kind of does almost everything that I want to do. It's not quite that. We're going to have that times height of islands. But yeah, this autocorrect that I've decided to name Betty like has been helping me out a little bit. So I kind of want to change it to returning directions equals that. So how are we going to do this? I'm going to have an integer that we're going to call, I'm just going to call it counter. And we're going to go for int I equals 0, I less than returning directions dot length I plus plus. Okay, and then we're actually going to have, oh no, does this work? Hang on. Does this work? Yeah, I think this should be fine. Yeah, okay. Actually, no, we're not having returning directions. We're having width of island, and then another one for height of island. Yeah, cool. Oh yeah, actually I can give you, I tell you what, let me quickly, oh no, I just need to return this. I can give you a quick sort of a little tutorial. I just want to put returning directions. I'm not going to leave it at that. I think that should still be fine. Will it give me any error messages? So what we're actually working on, I don't know if you've ever played a game called Slay the Spire, but it's a sort of card drafting game where you're trying to defeat monsters. Main game. I'm going to play here. Yeah, let's have a little look. Right. So it plays similarly to Slay the Spire in that you've got a monster that's going to arrive at your town shortly, and you have to like recruit like beans, sentient beans that like as it is, I've kind of like, it's a mistake which I've fallen for before as well. So yeah, what you can do, that you have 5 different types of beans, right? You have the rangers, which are attacking every turn. You've got your defender beans and your attacker beans, and they can all be armored, so they can do their attack like this. So yeah, they can all do their attack, but attackers aren't. They attack and then die straight away, but the armored ones just lose their armor. So it's ideally quite simple. And there's a series of different like cards that sort of, you get sort of combinations and stuff, and and as you sort of develop further in the game, you can kind of learn better strategies and kind of, overall just have it's not much I can do else here. Yeah, and you're generally looking to try and sort of survive. Now, an issue that we were sort of talking about was how the town is sort of taking, like, how is the town moving from one enemy to the next? And that was oh yeah, thank you. Oh, cheers. And we're kind of working on that now. I've got a bit of an answer which probably doesn't make an awful lot of sense, but I think in a way a lot of this game doesn't make a lot of sense. I've added, so yeah, one little mechanic. So the problem which we've got is this is actually quite a late monster, and I've only got the basic starter deck, so I've got almost no chance of ever defeating this guy. But I wanted to show you a bit of how it sort of works. A good little mechanic, which I'm quite happy with, is they had the concept of adding trash to your deck, right? That you can spend to get rid of it. But one thing which is a little bit unique is if they put trash in your deck, that's actually going to stick with you to the next game unless you actually get rid of it. So you are incentivized to get rid of your trash. And there are some cards that benefit from you getting rid of trash and stuff. Anyway, at the moment, we're looking at an overworld, because at this precise moment, it's going to take a minute to sort of load up. But we've got... oh, actually, no, I've got an error message, and I kind of understand why. Yeah, at the moment we've got a sort of our old archaic rubbish Destiny map. Kind of like, you know, every time I look at it I just get a little bit sad because it just looks a bit rubbish. But this is what, if I go, yeah, new game here. Yeah, this is where it just takes a minute or so. But yeah, this is what the map looks at the moment. And every time I look at it, I just think, oh, that just looks so rubbish. Why does it look so rubbish? And that's why. So it's like the idea is you do something here and you go on to the next sort of thing. Whereas I would rather it actually just be in a sort of big series of islands. And, you know, I think it would just look a little bit better. Anything will look better than what this looks like right now. But yeah, that's what we're kind of working on. So I'm going to get back to it. Test map. Yeah. That's a really good question. And I do. I don't know. I think it just. I don't really know why it looks rubbish. I think there's sometimes, yeah, I can't really put a word on it, because when I was actually creating all the tiles and stuff, I thought, oh, this is going to look great. And then I kind of did it, and I was like, you know, I spent, you know, a little while putting it together, and I was just like, it just, for some reason, it just doesn't, yeah, it just didn't do it for me. But yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, I just thought it's like kind of, I think whenever you're creating a game, if ever there's something that, even if it literally only upsets you as the developer and everyone else is fine with it, I still kind of like, it'll be sort of, it'll be eating at me if I don't sort of fix it. But I think this one is going to look a bit nicer. It's going to just kind of feel a bit smoother. And oh yeah, by the way, like, yeah, if you did want to give it a shot, it's free. It's on. I'll actually see if I can. Rumpel Town. Yeah, it's on Mac and PC at the moment. There's a link on the in the chat for you. Like, yeah, it is playable, but you're going to have to endure the terrible Destiny map. Right, yeah, because while I'm trying to fix it. So so what we're going to do now is, at the moment, we're just going to get a bunch of directions. So this will take a little while. So the height of islands, all we actually need to look at is if J modulus 2 is equal to 0, do something else. Right, okay. And at this point we want to say returning directions counter. Oh wait, actually, first of all I actually need to make that equal to 0, even though it should be 0 by default. Equals direction dot right, because we're moving right to begin with, and then we just want to have if J minus 1, hold on, no, width, oh, this is, how does this work? Actually, I think it's if I minus 1 is greater, no, is it I plus 1? Hold on, Just got to do the quick maths here. So we're actually going along the width. So if the width, so what we're, I'm gonna, it does require a little bit of thought. So let's actually do, didn't need to do that. I kind of want to do this bit first. And I might actually have this slightly wrong. I might have to go height. I might have to swap these two around. Let me just try and do the maths. So I need to swap them around. That's why I was getting confused. That needs to be height of island, and this needs to be width of island, because I've got a sort of a bit of a master. Oh yeah, that's a good point actually. I haven't really considered that. Yeah, at the moment you still have to download it. But I think, because what I am actually looking to do eventually is get it on iPad and iPhone and Google Play Store. But that's, yeah, it's like, I think I'm going to focus, my main focus is Mac and PC. Right, so let's have a look. So this, it's now is if I modulus 2 is that, this makes a lot more sense. So now if J is J minus, no, J plus 1 is greater or equal to width of island, else Control C, Control V, that one needs to be up. Yeah, no, you're entirely right. You are completely right. To be honest, I've never even considered that. Is that actually with itch? Can you actually do that? If I was to make my game on HTML, is that actually a thing? I didn't even know. Oh yes, sorry. This is one thing. Like, you'll probably learn about me. I feel like I'm one of those people who were around in the sort of 90s, early 2000s, and then I've been kind of off the grid for a while, and then it's like whoa, you can get games on the browser now. Ah, wicked. Okay, I might even be able to do that. I'll see how difficult it is, because there's normally some sort of grit. Yeah, it might give me some grief, but we'll see. I'll have a look. So we're going to have something similar here. If J is equal to 0, then the direction is that, else the direction is left. And what we kind of want, I think, here, we want to have counter plus plus. Yes, right, cool, nice going, Betty. And before we do that, in fact, we're going to have a, just about here, I'm going to have public direction island directions. Yeah. And then upon awake, we want to have a look to check. So I want to just check that my function does work. So I'm just going to have island directions equals worm get worm directions, and that will be 5 by 6, because that's how big I'm looking to make it. So we're just going to see if this function physically works. Yep, that looks good. Sorry, it's giving me a red squiggly line. I was thinking all of this code is legitimate. What's going on? Right. So what's just happened? There we go. Right. So. Oh, sorry. It's when I say worm. Worm is just the concept of how I want you to go from one island to the next. So see the way that it starts low, it starts kind of like, you can see it connected, and then it sort of worms its way up. I couldn't really think of any other any other way of, of describing it. It could be, there's probably a more professional name, but I thought, well, yeah, just call it the worm. Right. So what we want to do is if I close all this and close all this. So, because I made some code a little while ago, we've got island directions. Right, we've got 30, that's the correct number. So, when I open this up, I want it to be, it to go right, 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 right. So 4 rights, then an up. And then, oh yeah, actually we have missed something. We have missed something, but that's okay. That's, so right, 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 up. Ah, and then that one is also up. Okay. I think I see the problem, and that should be still fixable. Okay. There's... yeah, that's okay. This is why, like, I knew this wasn't quite as simple as this. So, let me just try and work this out. In fact, let me just have another quick look at what we got and see what... Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, it is like, because you want to have. I do like the sort of randomness. It's just, I mean, if ever I was to brag though, see the way that these islands connect. Right. I mean, I've been actually. If you hear the last few streams, you'd probably be sick of it by now. But it's just the way the islands connect. I've done a method which is probably different to how everyone else does it, and it involves having 256 tile sets, and you use a sort of complex binary system to work out what island is next to it, and work out what shape each sprite is going to be. But yeah, right, let's go. So, where was I working? Oh yeah, that was it. We were... test maker... Oh yeah, I think, so at the moment, it's actually not as bad as I thought. So it goes right, right, right up, which is good. But on this case, we actually want it to go left, 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 up, instead of up, left, 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 which shouldn't be too difficult. This just requires, I just need to, in fact, hold on. I think I might just need to do this bit of code. Yeah. Because, yeah, I think that might be it. So all we're looking to get from here is just a bunch of directions. I think that might be right. So, yeah, let me just see if this works. Did I save that? I can't remember. Yeah, I saved it. So it should be right, 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 up, left, 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 up, and then... And it'll all make sense eventually. So 4 rights, then an up, 4 lefts, then an up, 4 rights, then an up. Yes, and the reason that, like you could argue, well, you could just have manually set that, but this way I have the freedom to make the islands different shapes and sizes. You know, it's like not that I particularly want to, but if I wanted, I could have it like a 2 by 15 or something. But yeah, actually. I did, for a long period of time, I was watching a guy called Graham Pooh Bear play Spelunky 2, and like, it's great to watch. It's just, I mean, it's such a harrowingly unforgiving game. I did like it though. I mean, it's one of those games where it's like, that is a much better game to watch than to play. Right, so now we have this. We've got this Create Destiny map. And we've done quite a bit of work on this, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to rename this to Create Destiny Map Old, okay, and then I'm just going to copy and paste this so we can get rid of we can kind of get rid of bits of code with the full knowledge that we've still got it safely in this bit here. So now this is just going to be called Create Destiny Map, and then we're going to just try and work out the bits that we want and the bits that we don't want. So right, so I want to have a quick look as to what we're doing. So I think we actually need a little int width of islands and an int height of islands. And I think each island takes about 10 by 10 tiles. Alright. And let's have a look. So that's the thing. So yeah, at the moment I've got a width of map here, but we're going to, even though I've kind of set it, we're going to actually set it now to just be 10 times that value. So width of map equals width of islands times 10, and we're going to do the same with height of map equals height of island times 10. This will make sense eventually. I kind of really should be calling them, really should be putting a plural here. Oh yeah, I do apologise. Sometimes I attack the keyboard. It's like, oh, I was just having a nice snooze, and then suddenly I'm just jamming the keyboard. It's like, wake up, everyone! You know. Right. So that should be good. And so now we're creating the map tile trans. So all of these map tiles are, yeah, this is what we're after. Map tile SR. Let me just have a quick look. I'm just sort of scanning. So these are so we're just getting access to the transforms. This is what we want. So we are going to, this bit here we're going to change altogether, but I think it should still look, it should still kind of work okay. Right, so this is still fine. This was the old cobbly, badly put together thing where I put integers instead of directions. So we kind of want to get rid of all of this altogether, and we want to have this island directions. Control C, actually Control X. I'll get rid of that, and we want to put that over here instead. Because when I was putting this was like the bad version. It's like something which I always drone on about. I always say when you're doing coding, it's better to make a rubbish version and then you make a better version, as opposed to trying getting it absolutely perfect first time. I don't actually know if that's necessarily the correct method in life, but that's just genuinely what I find a lot easier. Island directions equal. So we're getting all the directions there. And then, yeah, and this is where it kind of gets a little interesting. Held point trans. So, yeah, now that we've got all of these, we're going to have... And I'm trying to see, like, this is where we've got a very, like, hopefully quite fun, but a quite a difficult bit of coding to do. So first of all, I'm going to have int starting x equals 4. Right, why is it 4? And then we're going to have int starting y equals 4. There is kind of there is a method to my madness as to why that is the case, but I will explain that shortly. Okay, and I think we still want this one here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, because we're trying to work out, we want to make sure that once you've that we know where the actual bridge is on each island, so we know where to move to. So this one here, I'm just going to green this for now because we probably need bits and pieces from this. But I'm going to go for... Actually, oh yeah, of course, 4... There we go. Int I equals 0, I less than... island directions dot length. Okay, and we're going to have, I'm going to use bits and pieces. This is why I didn't actually get rid of it. Control C, Control V. So it's just, this isn't going to be I and J. This is going to be starting X and starting Y. And making this one is essentially just saying we're making it land and not water. At the moment, there is literally land and water and nothing else. So that's doing this. And then this little algorithm here, starting X, starting Y, is what essentially makes the slightly random looking generated land around it, because this is just making one tilelet and this is making everything else. And I could probably fit this bit of code into this, in all honesty, which is what I might do. I might do that. Yeah, let's do that. So, because at the moment all of this, so I'm just going to have Control C, Control V, and we can get rid of this, and we can get rid of this. Okay, and I've got the make tile occupied. Yeah, so I think I quite like that. So now we can actually get rid of this altogether, I believe. Okay, so we're making islands there. We then need to work out, we're going to have a switch island directions I. Yeah. Okay, case direction dot left, which we're not actually, oh no, we are using left, so this is perfectly relevant. We're not going to be using down, but I'm still going to put the code in there for there. So we're going to have, so if the direction's going left, we want starting X minus equals 5. No, minus equals 10, I think. Yeah. And Control C, V, starting. Oh no, starting X. Yeah, that's all we need to do. Starting X minus equals 10, and nothing else there. We also now, I've got a little function which works on getting a bridge. Bridge one island. So this is actually, we can actually do this quite well. Now, this is where a little bit of thought is needed. So, in fact, you know what? We're going to worry about getting the bridges later. I'm going to cross that bridge a bit later. So now, so first of all, let's just get all of this in place, and let's go make it nice and tidy in one sort of big. Oh, I mean to do that. So if it's going left, the X is going minus 10. And then I always go left, up, right, and down. So up will be starting Y will be plus equals 10. Right will be the starting X plus equals 10, and down will be the starting Y minus equals 10. Okay, so what's actually happening is we're essentially with this should, in theory, and we could turn this into a coroutine as well, so where it actually just creates the islands in the order that we want. And part of me is actually thinking, why don't we do that? Is that too? Is it too absurd to try and do that now? No. Forget that. We're getting there. It's just, yeah. The important thing is the order in which they're being created, because it'll make sense. It'll make sense eventually, right? So that should be all good. Let's just tidy this up a little bit so I can visualize it slightly easier. Yeah. All right. So we've got that there. What we're looking to do now is bridge one island. And I've got to work out, so IJ, so this is where kind of like we're probably going to actually have another look. I'm going to do something similar to what I've done with, let's have a look. So where we've got this bridge one island, I'm actually going to have, I'm going to do the classic, I'm going to rename this and say old, and we're just going to have a slightly better version that just makes a bit more sense to what we're doing. And like I say, so when I was saying you need to make a rubbish version, I've made the rubbish version, I'm now making the better version. And so this is going to be Bridge One Island 2.0, although I've only just copied that. I wanted to copy the whole thing, sorry. Control C, Control V, and this one here is just going to be Bridge One Island. Yeah, that's fine. So what we actually... So let's just have a little look as to how this is going to turn out. We can use most of this, but I think what we're going to do, and I'm making things up as we go, but this does make sense to me. Where we've got this central island trans, we kind of want this. So I'm going to do this, Control C, yeah. Am I in the right? Oh no, that's the old one, but we still want that. Let's just have a look. So Control C, Control V, central point trans. Now, before we continue, I just want to see if there's any error messages, because there's a little thing that I kind of want to do, which will make life overwhelmingly so much easier if we can actually get this sorted. I am going to trying to work out whether it needs to be a script or a class. Let's have a look. So scripts, map scripts. We're going to have a new script which we're going to call Central Island Script. We can actually, you know what? Let's see if I can get away with making it a class. Right. Yeah. And I guess it's we're just going to put it there for the time being. That's fine. And at the moment, we don't really need to attach anything. All I want to do, I want to make a big point of the fact that it's not mono behavior. And I think that means we can get rid of this semicolon as well. Because we've just got very particular data we want to store on each of these. So this will be, we'll come to this. As long as we're aware there's a class that we can make. We'll make values in that later. But let's go back to the map test and see where we're at. Okay, so this is the good one. This is fine. So we've made these central point trans. And what we're going to do, sort of making on the fly, we're going to have a transform. Let's just call it CI trans. Yeah. So I'm actually I it makes a lot of sense to just call this CI trans. Oh, I think it actually does need to be a mono behavior. That's fine. That's fine. I think it does need to be a mono behavior. The more I think about it, even though it's on a class, yeah, we do, because we're looking to attach it to something. So that's fine. Even though I called it class, it's technically a mono behavior. I'm okay with that. So where we've got this, we might not need this central point trans at all, because ideally we're just going to have public central island class, an array of those, which we're going to call CI classes. It just means we can put more information on all the central islands, and it will be easier to access. That's my plan. So if I have central island class, oh no, hold on, CI classes equals new central island class width of island times by height of island. Okay. And we're going to have CI classes I equals map tile trans, no, equals hold on, map tile trans starting X starting Y dot add component central island class. It's yeah, because the reason being is I don't think when it comes to adding components, unless it's specifically got mono behavior, you can't add it. So that's why I've given it back to the modern thing. So now we can just quite easily just go CI classes I dot transform equals Control C. So, oh no, not dot CI trans equals that. Okay, so we've created this new central class and we're assigning it the CI trans. That should be fine, and we're going to put more stuff in this as we go along. But oh yes, I've actually realised, like, because I use that, like, it is completely laziness that I don't write transform, but if you just put T, it's like, but yeah, and yeah, I think that, like, there's you hear me saying a lot of stuff throughout the stream. So what we're going to do now is have we're going to sort out this bridge thing, bridge one island, and here. Oh, actually, what we're also going to do, see, this is why, like, I've kind of made this, because we're going to have public int, do I ever just go X? I think we do, public int Y. So yeah, this is just this is going to make life a lot easier for us. So I don't know why I've got all these other bits of code open. We don't need all of this. So where was I? So now that we're basically setting all the values on this CI class. So CI classes I dot X equals starting X, and then dot Y equals starting Y. Okay, so now that we've got this makes it a lot easier. So when we're actually looking to bridge a class, we can, instead of putting in an I and a J, we can just simply put in a Central Island class that we call Central Island class. That's fine. Okay, and then a lot of, so when we've, this whole XY classes made a lot of sense at the time, but I don't think we need this anymore. We're just going to have X equals Central Island class dot X, and then here we're going to have Central Y equals Central Island class dot Y. And like I say, all of this XY classes feels like it actually has no need at any point. It was when I was kind of about 4 hours into a stream last time, and it made sense to make these classes, but now it doesn't. But I'm not going to get rid of it quite yet. So what this is doing is we're then giving it the direction. We could even actually hold. Yeah, we can even give it a bit more information as well. Let's go make it even easier still. Direction, and this will be bridge leaving direction. Okay, and then we can set that one up as well. So we're basically giving this class all of the useful stuff, all the stuff that it needs. So CI classes I dot bridge leaving direction equals, and that will just simply be island directions I. Yeah, okay, I like this. So now, when we're looking to bridge, we don't even need the direction. So let's go delete it, see how many red squiggly lines we get. Oh no, we just got one, which is fine. So that'll be Central Island class dot bridge leaving direction. Okay, and ideally it will create the bridge. And the reason we've done all of this is because we want to set where the XY, where the actual starting value of the bridge is. Like there is a purpose, there is a method to my madness. So I think that's all fine. Let me just have another little stare. I think this can just be, I think we can have a void here and we can get rid of all this. We don't need this. Oh yeah, I'm just going to green. All right, now you got me. All right, given you give me all this red squiggly stuff, I guess we just keep it like that for the time being. I'm pretty sure we can get rid of literally all of this, but like let's just keep it like this for the time being. And while we're here, why don't we actually give it maybe at the top over here we're going to have public int island number as well, because that might be useful for later. So yeah, this is sort of creating this class, setting all the important stuff that we need. Classes I dot island number equals I. Okay, right. So now we can just bridge one island, and all we need is the CI classes I, and then we've actually got all the information. Like I say, we can probably get rid of loads of this. I'm just sort of having a stare because you can see when I was trying to make the central point trans, I did this needlessly complicated bit of code to try and get everything. Whereas if it's opening basis, is it just saying go left, 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 up, right, or whatever? Then this actually makes it a lot easier. Okay, so I'm actually just going to go big, boom, delete this. Okay, now. Let's see where we're at now. So this is the correct island destiny. So I'm actually going to do a little cheeky thing as well. We're going to go Control C, Control V, and then I'm going to make this a private I enumerator. Oh, hold on. We do have a tiny problem. We do have a problem. Does this work? Does this work? Oh, it kind of works. It kind of works. Hold on. Yeah, we've got one other little problem. Hopefully this shouldn't take too long, though. So we're going to go start coroutine, open brackets, and then this one here, we're just going to rename this to routine. Alright, start coroutine, create destiny map routine, open brackets, close brackets, width of islands, height of islands, there. Okay, so the reason we've got a red squiggly line at the moment is because because we haven't actually, this is a coroutine, so it should be taking more than one frame to do, and there's nothing. So all we really need to do is have a yield return null, and then that gets rid of this red squiggly line, because that's just saying, oh, we're going to wait one frame before we do the next thing. So I think I actually got rid of some of the stuff a little earlier than I needed to. I've just got to work out the point at which we're, yeah, this bit of code here, we need a bit of this. Oh, we haven't actually set. Have we set the map tile ints at any point? Yes, we have. We've set the map tile ints. We just haven't actually activated it. So what we need to do now is at this point here, we're just going to have 4 it'll be easier for me to just copy and paste this, I think. Control C. Oh, I see. We haven't actually. Yeah, that's fine. We still actually need pretty much all of this code. So I'm going to put this over here. Control V. Right. But what we haven't done is, at the moment, we haven't actually created the thing. So this, I think, yeah, I just need to kind of cheekily just go da, 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 move this all the way up here. So, and we need to probably steal this bit as well. Okay, just, yeah, we just need to move all this up to this point here, I believe. And then we're getting a little squiggly line. If you look really, yeah, tiny little squiggly line under here, and that's for good reason, because this is meant to be starting X and starting Y. Starting X and starting Y. And this needs to be starting X and starting Y. And starting Y. Okay. So so I've done this. So what happens? Like, so Hold on, let me just have a quick check. So we're actually an hour into the stream, and I haven't really, I haven't spent a good sort of 50 minutes of that trying to craft this bit of code. Oh yes, and I think we can leave this here. So where we've got this, I'm actually going to do a little bit cheeky. We're just going to have that. Okay, why have I put that there? The reason being is because it's going to hopefully, ideally, create the map in a sort of row-like format. And actually, let's go make life a little bit easy on ourselves. Let's go float time equals 0.0f. While open brackets time is less than 0.1f. This still might no. This will take a nice casual amount of time. This shouldn't take too long. And I'm doing this mainly just so I can sort of see everything come to life in one go. So time plus equals time.delta time. And then we just, under here, we're just going to have time minus equals 0.1f. Okay, why have I done all that? That's not actually, this bit of code here is only really necessary to make this an actual enumerator valid. But hopefully, right, okay, if fingers crossed, we actually, this kind of just magically works. Okay, right. So what we need to do now, we haven't actually activated this function yet. That's another thing which I'm very good at doing. I am actually, so we don't need to create the old Destiny map anymore. We're going to have create Destiny map, and that will be width of islands, height of islands. Okay. And then we just need to make sure that the width is 5 and the height is 6. Okay, right. Is it going to work first time? Right. I don't know. I don't know. All right. So we've got some error messages. So the flat answer is no. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that's fine. That needs to be starting X, and that needs to be starting Y. Now let's just see if that's how many of those. All right. Well, we fixed one. Oh yeah, that's fine. We've got it's currently coming up as numbers, which is fine. So leaving direction is going to be, and it starts at direction dot left, direction dot up, direction dot right, and direction dot down. So okay, right, all right, now okay, so that was a bit of a false start, right? Okay, let's go. All right, we've got an error message. I can't be too annoyed about that. Oh yeah, hold on. I think I know what the problem is. So, yes, okay, 5 by 6. Sorry, that's what I said I was going to do that. Okay, right. So first time with no hiccups whatsoever. It's going to work. Right, just pure belief. Okay. All right. Well, we're close. We're close. So it's actually saying the error message is within here. Right. Let's see. Maybe it's actually. I think there's. We're trying to work out exactly where the problem comes from. Because I have a feeling it could be to do with the starting X. So if I actually just made that 5, that might work. Right, yeah, because ideally, when it gives us an error message, it goes to the exact point. So, oh, we got it here. Absolutely fine, no problem. So what we probably need to do is where we've got this starting X and starting Y, we kind of need to keep track of this. So let me just... So what we're going to do is have... I kind of want to have just a debug log, debug.log of I, just to see if it does actually count its way all the way up to 30. Let's go give this a try. It was a little bit optimistic of me to hope that works first time. Oh right, it's just stopped at the very beginning, which is absolutely no problem. We've got to work out why that is the case. That's an easy thing to do. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I am such an idiot. Ah, ay, ay, ay. Right, so what's happening is, what we've done is we've, on the map tile trans, on the specific Central Island ones, we've attached it, but we haven't actually assigned the thing. So, yeah, that's fine. Okay, easy problem. I'm kind of just embarrassed that I didn't do it, to be honest. I equals... in fact, we can actually just do this, can't we? Control X, Control V. Yeah, because we can actually... So in this particular line of code, we're doing two very different things. Number one, we're creating this Central Island class that we're attaching to this map tile trans. And number two, we're assigning this series of class to this. So, yeah, that's rather foolish, but that's fine. We've fixed it now. Right. Okay, so, right, this time. Okay. All right, well, we're getting there. We're definitely getting there. So we just got to work out oh, have we not actually assigned the... Oh no, we should have. Okay. Oh, okay, interesting one. But let's have a look at the debug. So yes, we did get all 30. So it has. We're definitely getting there. Just got to work out why that's not working. So let's see if we've assigned the sprite renderers at the wrong place or something. So it was as if this bit didn't count. Oh, I see. I see the problem. Yes, okay. Alright, this is an interesting problem. Let me try and work out. I know what's happened. So what we actually haven't done, all these sprite renderers, we've only created very specific, or we've only assigned a very specific number. So, yeah, this is very easily fixed. This is no problem. We just have... yeah, okay. So we kind of... Yeah, I was trying to clean this up, but we need to do one last thing. Yeah, okay. Oh, I've put insert. There we are. So right at the beginning here. Yeah. We're just moving this all the way to the top. And by the way, none of this is of any relevance. We don't need this at all, I don't think. So what we just need to do is have Control C, Control V, but this is going to just be I and J, and this is going to be I and J, and we want to have Control C. This is also J and I, because I forgot to actually create the actual sprites in the first place. Equals map tile. I knew I was getting rid of a few too many things here. It was all looking too good to be true. Get component transform. Okay, right. So now we've done all of that, we don't need to create any more. I think we can just get rid of that altogether, and I believe we can get rid of that as well, and we don't need that. So yes, I made an obvious mistake of just forgetting to create all the tiles. I was just kind of hoping they were going to appear, whereas this bit here, we're clearly instantiating the map tile go, and so we're going to get a bunch of map tiles, and then they're all going to kind of shape their way. Right, this will look fantastic when it's ready. It will look quite good when it might look okay. It probably won't look very good, but in my head it'll look good. So what's actually going to happen is we're going to get a bunch of single island tiles that are going to slowly sort of shape themselves into what I want. And it might take far too long. If it does, then we can alter a few things. Right. Okay. So let's see if we can look at this in real time and see if we get bored halfway through. Okay. I probably didn't need to leave. Oh yeah, I need to. Right. If we go play focused, and let's go make this screen as big as we can. That looks good. Okay, right, now let's just see if yes. Right, don't worry. I'm not. This isn't going to be the summon screen for when we're. Every time you get onto the map, okay, come on, you're just watching it load. I just like the idea that we're kind of seeing it all kind of form as it sort of comes along. But yeah, this is good. Let's go. Let's kind of speed that up a little bit. If we just have actually Control Z. Oh, I pressed. Yeah, hopefully this will go a little bit faster, but we can make it still faster. But I just kind of want to just check that this is exactly what we're after. Yeah, look at that. Right, nice. Oh yeah, right. So now, if you actually have a look, we have got the islands worming in their own way, and we don't need to do that whole thing. I just wanted to just check that it was creating the islands as I needed it to. So that's really good. Okay. And one thing that I'm very intrigued with is map tile naught. So yes, it does create it the way which I sort of intended it to create, I believe. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay. Right. And what we can do as well is so that's actually like, even though we're kind of like where we were at the beginning, we've now got so much more control over all the central islands that this does make a lot of sense. Now, for simplicity reasons, I want to do one other little thing that is, it's more like we don't need to do this, I just kind of want to make Bridge Island, make tile occupied, let's go to definition, comma, bool, bridge piece equals false. Alright, and now we're going to turn, oh yeah, so if bridge piece else that, and that, going to make that tile into 2 for a good reason. It will make sense eventually. So the point at which we're actually colouring in all the tiles, we kind of want to make it so that when we're, yeah, so we can actually just have this over here, Control C, Control V. If that's number 2, what colour are bridges? Are they normally, we're going to add a little bit more code. And like I say, don't necessarily need to keep this in, but I just want to, you know, make tile SR.sprite. Oh no, it's G. Dot color equals color dot. Have we got brown? No, brown isn't a color. Ah, we want to make it. What colors have we got to work with? Let's make it grey. Grey. So we'll know where all the bridge pieces are. Hopefully, let's go. So this will look exactly the same again, but we're going to have the bridges slightly more defined and see how that works. No, that didn't work, did it? Right, why did that not work? I don't think it worked anyway. Let's just try again. See if I've missed something. Oh yeah, of course I know why it didn't work, because I didn't actually assign it. Okay, everything's fine. We just need to, when we're making the bridge here, we're going to go true. Just need to put okay, right, easy. Right, now we're going to hopefully get to see all the bridges in grey. So there'll be a slightly different colour. They'll still be kind of greenish. Oh. It's not grey at all. Right, why did that not work? Let's go. That really ought to have worked. So the colour that we kind of wanted it to be was like that. Let's try and work out why. So I'm just going to have a teeny tiny little debug.log. Can you see me? With some exclamation marks. Okay, we want to see if we get this debug. If not, then at some point this number has been altered, and I don't really know why. We just have one other. Yeah, let's see if it does actually. Let's see if it's going through those. So no, it hasn't. It's as if they have all been switched back to one. Let's try and work out why. So what we kind of want to do as well, now that we've grabbed all the stuff from this old Destiny map, let's just get rid of it. And island directions, bridge 1 class. Oh, I put it in the wrong place, I think. I put it in the wrong place. Oh yeah, I have. So let's go get rid of the old bridge so there's no confusion. This is the old version that used an XY class, made everything way more complicated than it needed to be. Let's go use the nice simple one. Everything's fine. Right, okay, we're gonna get grey bridges, everyone. It's gonna be grand. It's gonna be amazing. Right. Okay, right. And then we can probably get rid of these XY classes. So now we should be having a grey bridge just to indicate where the bridges are. That's almost what I want. Oh, I see. The problem is we're checking to see if it's 1, but that's literally almost what we want. That's very close, surprisingly enough. But that's roughly, that looks okay, doesn't it? Yeah. And so like, and we're gonna make that bridge look better. Don't worry. Yeah, but that's nice and easy to fix. Control MO. And it's like, now I'm looking at that, I feel I could just make them sort of single grey islands that just connect up, but I don't know. I'll stick with what I was originally going to do, is where we've got is tile occupied. Yeah, all we need is that. An or. Control C. Control V. Yeah. All right. So now we should have. This is just. That's basically the check to see. Yeah. This is kind of what I was looking for in the first place. Yeah, that's fine. I'm trying to work out why these aren't actually. Actually, I kind of do know why. I know why. But that's okay. But yeah, these are the rough ideas. This is kind of roughly where we're looking to get to. I can... when we're actually making an island... let's just have a little look. Bridge 1 island. Yeah, let's go get rid of these XY classes now. So this can just be a void. Get rid of that. Get rid of all this. I knew there was an easier way of doing that. I think we can get rid of all that. Okay. Yep, that's fine. And then make this tile into an island. Go to this definition. This is just making a tile an island. Else if map tile int ij is equal to 0. So this is just making sure that when we're creating the island, we're not turning the bridge pieces into non-bridge pieces. So this should give a nice clear-cut, loads of lines, which will essentially just make it a lot clearer when it comes to coding. So yeah, that's much better. Okay. I know it's probably more work than is necessary on this, but at least we've got it very clear as to where this is all going. So why have I done all of this? Right. Now what we're basically looking to do is so I'm now going to make a little program, right, which is going to make Nina do some sort of pathfinding. I say pathfinding. Pathfinding is one of the most complicated things in all of game development to ever actually get done well. And it baffles me that even as late as like the PS3, and actually to be fair, we're still struggling even now, but it's just to get perfect pathfinding is very hard. This isn't pathfinding. This is just, there's always going to be an easy route to get from here to the bridge and then go over to the bridge. And I kind of want to make it so that I press a button and little Nina here will move to the beginning of the bridge, then go across the bridge, and then so we've got a this makes a lot of sense to me. It's just I'm looking to essentially just get sort of a very quick sort of way of getting it to move all the way over, and kind of cycle the way through then. And then we can start actually incorporating all of our Destiny map, our dowdy old grey, ocean grey Destiny map, and then putting it into this. But we just need to do the quote unquote pathfinding. So, and I believe we've got access to. We got access to the Nina script. I'm pretty sure we do. Map Nina script. That's brilliant. That's all we need. Okay. So, so I think we can actually get rid of all of this altogether. Actually, no, we've still got a little bit more that we need to do. So, so where do we go from here? So this is the central X and the central Y. We're going to have a public int bridge start X and a public int bridge start Y. So this should be fine. So we now just need to assign all of these. So let's go. Map tile in. Probably makes sense. Over here. Right. So when we're actually creating a bridge, this is the point where we're creating the bridge. So go to definition. So I believe we just need to have oh, actually we don't even need to do it here. I think we can just do it at the end. So central class dot bridge start X equals X, and central class Y, no, that's not what I wanted. Central island class dot bridge start Y equals Y, I believe, because we're not actually altering. The only bit which we're altering is this, which is fine. Okay, and yeah, this should be fine. So we've set everything over. Now we just need to find. We're going to have a. We're going to do something a little bit similar to this, but public direction, get directions for Nina to move to bridge start. Okay, so I think we actually need to start. Oh, this might need to be a list actually. We'll probably need a list actually. Yeah. Public list of directions and yes, okay, right, fantastic. So let me just try and do the map. Int. Oh yeah, so we're going to do quite a clever little for loop. It's not actually too clever. It's nothing actually particularly special. But like, we're going to have int Nina x equals underscore map Nina script dot xpos. Beautiful. And int Nina y equals all of that. Wicked. Okay, so this is getting the position of where Nina currently is. As it is, where Nina's actually spawned isn't exactly where we want to do it. So the first movement's going to look a little weird, but that's fine. Now we're going to have int destination x equals, and this will be I can't remember what I actually called all these classes. CI classes, that's fine. Equals CI classes progress int dot bridge start x. No, yes, it did. It worked it out. Yes, fantastic. Right. So now, I've got to be a little cautious as I do this, but this should be fine. While, that's not what I want. While, Nina x is less than destination x. Or no, while, yeah, because they're all integers. While that is not equal to that. Oh yeah, by the way, it's really, really, really dangerous having a while loop when you have got no exit, because but I'm quite confident I'm quite confident this won't be a problem, but it's just, yeah, you've got to be really careful with these while loops, and I might just create a get out clause just to be on the safe side. So while Nina x is not equal to that, if Nina x is less than destination x, we're going to do something else. We're going to do something else. If it's less, so if the destination is less, then we want to have, oh no, hold on, Nina x is less, then we want to have Nina x plus plus, and we're going to have returning directions dot add direction dot right, and then we're going to have else, and we don't need to put this brackets here, but I think to visualize it, it's going to make life a bit easier for myself. So while Nina X is, if Nina X is greater, then we're going to have Control C, Control V, Nina minus minus, and then that is going to be left. And why is that giving me grief? Ooh. See, like most people get frustrated when they have a random red squiggly line, whereas I get excited. I'm just like, yes, right, let's go, let's rock, let's do this thing. But this is surprisingly perplexing. What is it saying that's wrong? Parenthesis can be removed. Oh, I needed an if. That's it. Sorry. Okay. Nothing. Boring. Boring one. That's fine. Okay. So what we're actually doing is we're getting the X position of Nina and the X position of the Destiny thing, and we're working out if the Destiny position of X is less than the destination, then we're going right. And now we need to do exactly the same now, but change all the X's into Y's and make sure that we do actually what if? Hold on. Okay, it was worth a shot. I was hoping that the autocorrect would just copy all of this and I wouldn't have to do it, but that's okay. We just need to change all the X's into Y's. And we will put a safety in here. So the direction, if it's less than Y, if Nina is less than Y, we want it to go up. So at the moment, all we're doing is mapping. We're just working out, like, inversions of ups and lefts and downs and rights, which way Nina needs to go. This is very, very basic pathfinding. This is working under the assumption there's never any obstacles. And all the coding that I've done over the last few streams has been to make sure that it will always be a direct route to get there. So that will be down. Okay. So this does get all of the directions. Okay. Oh, and then we just want to returning directions. Okay. All right. So now we need to go into our Nina script, which everyone's got their own different ways. Oh, actually, I've got it just here. Brilliant. I normally actually just start the game and find it from there. So what we're going to do now is, right, I'm going to Control MO. So we have got turn to face directions, move in a direction, and let's have a look at what's going on here. Moving equals true, and we don't. We're going to have another public boolean. We're going to have moving process. No, that's a terrible one. Maybe we just have busy. I think busy. Yeah. I have loads of public booleans that are called busy attached to almost every one of my scripts to make life easier. So what we have done now, we can now have a little function where, and this shouldn't be too difficult. We're going to have public void make Nina move a set number of directions. That's quite a long name, but what we're going to do is we're actually going to input a what we want as an argument is a list of directions that we're going to call direction list. That's a boring name, but that's fine. And now we're going to make a private I enumerator, private, private IEnumerator, which is going to be make Nina move a set number of directions routine and we're going to have Control C, and we're going to have that as an argument. This is going to be busy equals true, busy equals false. Now we're going to start this coroutine. Yes, wow, Betty, you got it. It got us covered again. Right, so now we're going to have 4. Yep, that's good. So we're essentially cycling through all of our directions that we will have created, and we're going to have move in a direction, and that will be direction list I, and then we're going to have while moving yield return null. So that should be everything we need to do. Right. Okay. So all we need to do now is go back onto our probably not that on this, and I kind of want here on update. We've got R. Let's go make T. Let's go Control C. So this is, yeah, quite a bit of testing here. So this is going to be, if we do letter T, we're going to have underscore Nina map Nina script dot make Nina move in a set number of directions. And then the argument that we're going to put in is the big function that I made earlier that I've forgotten what it's called. Get directions for Nina to move to bridge start. Okay, right. Get. Yeah, there's nothing ugly about that. That's fine. Just need to put one more curly brace. What's wrong with that? Oh. Why would it have defaulted to that? Okay, never mind. No, that's fine. Right. So, hopefully, this will work. I mean, the payoff isn't going to be great because all we're going to do is just see a little pink Nina monster move over to the beginning of a bridge. But it will be very useful for me. Because this is like the start of how we actually get everything going. So let's go. Let's see how we do it. Let's see how we're rocking. Okay. Right. So this is us creating the map. All right, and we've got, and I can even go here and press R. No, I can't. Okay, forget everything. Let's start again. Why did I make it so... Okay, yeah, so everything's fine. We just got to wait for all of this to come over. And now we're looking at this. I'm now going to click on the game, and I'm going to press T. And hopefully what we're looking to do... Ooh, hold on. Oh, this might not work. Okay, so what's actually going to happen, just according to my calculations, it's actually going to move over here, and then Nina's going to just get blocked there, which is fine. But let's just see what happens. So, yeah, and then get stopped there. And then I think we can actually still move over. But hypothetically, if I was all the way over here and then press T, it still would get blocked by that bit. Yeah, that's fine. All of that does make sense. So the problem that we've got is we are actually having the rather comical pathfinding error that I was slightly dreading. So how would we fix this? Essentially, all we really need to do is make sure that if the bridges were actually one bigger, if they were all in one further, then I think that would fix all of the issues. I'm pretty sure that would fix all of the issues. So we're going to change something quite integral, but this should be no problem at all. So when we're bridging one island, we want it to actually go on for 6. That to be 6. Okay, so it's going for 6 long, and we want to have, it's going left, X. I think we just need to change all these 2s into 3s. I mean, all these 3s into 2s, I think. So that way the bridge is looking a bit longer. I think once we've done that, then things are going to start to sort of shape up a bit. So I think the way I've calculated, it's always going to be able to, so it'll always move to here. So if I go, I'll press there. So this is moving around, and now what we're looking to do is hope that it moves to this tile here. So let's press T, see if this works. Now that's an interesting problem. Why did it not move all the way up? So I'm just going to press T again. No. So it's actually got slightly the wrong place, and I've got to work out why. So just to clarify, if we were here, it's probably going to move right and down one. But that's okay, you know. Oh, yeah, okay. All right, the world is good. I know why. Everything's fine. Yeah, everything's all good. So part of my Nina script, it's only actually checking to see if the integer is 1, not 2. So if it's 1, it can move on it. Otherwise, it can't. Whereas, because I've changed the variables, changed the, like, essentially, yeah, the map tile to determine. So there's essentially 3 tiles. There's empty tiles, which are like where there's water. There's land tiles, and then there's bridge tiles. Nina at the moment can only go over land tiles, but we just want to make sure that Nina can move over bridge tiles as well. So let's have a look at a basic move in a direction. Get map tile int. Let's have a look. So, if move int is equal to 1, or move int is equal to 2, then I think we're kind of sorted again. This should fix it. So I'm just going to kind of get rid of that. Turns out it can see. I'm not going to save it just quite yet. Right, so now what we're hoping to happen is I press T right now, and it's going to move Nina all the way over to there. Let's go. Yes. Okay, fantastic. And what we really should do as well is, just as I'm sort of looking at things, when you're at the end of the bridge here, I kind of want to actually move one further. So we're going to, because this is, we're sort of constructing it bit by bit. So we're at the point now where I can, move Nina where I like, and then if I press T, it's going to move her to that spot, which is actually quite a lot of progress, and I'm happy with that. So what we're looking to do now is, actually there is a nice little thing that we can do here, because what we can do now is we're going to do, like we've done, as I say, the bulk of the code that's needed. I think I want to make these bridge ints just one longer, because make it one longer so it's kind of officially in the island, because I think there is a sort of, is it a 5x5 bit of island? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, like there's 5x5 bits of the island are actually always solid. So what we're looking to do is make sure that, make the bridges longer, and then we're going to do a relatively easy function, which is then going to make Nina be able to go all the way from this bit of the bridge to the other bit. And then ideally, update. Yes, okay, right. Sorry, I'm so excited. It's quite hard to actually word everything, but this is brilliant. Okay, right. So now we are going to. So when we're actually bridging, we kind of want to make this even bigger still. So we're going to make all of these 7, and I want to have a quick check to see if that is good. And let's go be a little bit easy on ourselves. We don't need this time anymore. We're still this should just create everything a little bit faster. And we just want to just check that the beginning and the end of all the bridges kind of work out right. So yeah, this is all fine. Okay, all right. Right now, we're going to then have a function which moves her from there to there. Right. So. We've got the map test script, Control-M-O, get directions for Nina to... Yeah. So we can actually copy this, and we can use a lot of this code, but not all of it. Get directions for Nina to move from start of bridge to end. Okay. Does that work? Yes, it does. It does. This is fine. So we're creating this. All of this is fine, and all we actually need to do is have the destination X to be progress int +1 +1. What I will do is I want to create a little bit of a thing. So we're going to have if CI classes dot length is lower than progress int -1? Is it -1? I just got to work this out. Yeah. Then we're going to do all of this, and then else we'll have a debug dot log saying no, this shouldn't happen, and then we're going to have return null. Okay. Right. So now, yeah, because essentially we're using all of this, this bit of code here, and one thing which I am not super keen on. Let me have a I'm just sort of thinking to myself here, because this whole bit of code here is exactly the same as this bit of code here, pretty much. All of this. So all we really need is to have another function which will be get directions from one point to another to make, so we can sort of cull this. So we're going to have public list of directions, get directions from one xy point to another, and we're just going to have int start x, int start y, int end x, and int end y, and then we can we kind of want, yeah, Control C, Control V, and we actually don't need that bit. So where we've got the destination back, yeah, we need to, I think it's just that one there. So we can actually have int Nina x equals start x. This isn't super necessary, but I think this will just make life a little bit easier. Int destination x equals that, and then right, and then we do want this returning. We want one of these as well. So it's going to do all that. So I just want to check that all of this kind of does make sense. Yeah, this looks fine. This looks fine. So we can now cull a lot of this. So let's, first of all, before I do the big cull of script, I think we'll just green it out for the time being. And we're just going to have get directions from one x point to xy point to another. So the start x is going to be Nina x, Nina y. Oh, beautiful. Yes, Betty, you've covered me. You got me covered. Right. So what? Before we try this new one, we're just going to simply going to just check to see if just moving to the bridge works with this function. and then once that works, we're then going to get it to go across the bridge, and then at some point we're going to do some more stuff. So, right, let's go. Okay, so we've got it covered. So T. It's not worked. No. Right, let's try and work out what's happened. Why did that not work? Oh, yes, of course I know why. Because as much as we've created this, we haven't actually... we need to have returning directions equal that. We've made the function, and we've done it. We just haven't assigned it to anything. So let's give this another shot. Okay, right, this time. Yes, and like I say, we can make this whole animation go a bit faster. There's no problem with that. So now, so this is good. And what we kind of want to do now is, let's have a look. I'm trying to work out the best way of doing this. Right, I want to do one. So let's first of all, we know this is good code. We can just Control C. We can get rid of all this as well. Get rid of that. Like I say, you've got to make something rubbish and then make it better. That's my philosophy. Over here, we can move this up and Shift Tab. Yeah, and we probably do want that actually. We do want that bit of code. Control V. Okay. Right, does this look good? Oh, of course, yeah. So we actually want all of this actually there. Okay. Why is that? Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Okay, I can kind of get that. So the reason this is kind of giving me a little bit of grief... Oh, maybe it's not. No, it's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah. So we're assigning that. That's good. So now I'm going to do one more thing, which will be really easy. We're going to have Control C, Control V. We're going to have get directions for Nina to move from bridge end to center of island, and this will simply be X and Y. Okay, all right. And we're now going to have a big old routine. We're going to call it public void make Nina move from one island to the next. And then we're going to have a coroutine, private IEnumerator, which we're going to call all of this Control C, Control V, routine, and then start coroutine all of that. Let's go. Okay, and then now we've kind of got that. We just literally need to have update, Control C, and we don't actually have a. I might even, just to be on the safe side, we're going to have a public bool, Nina moving bool. And Nina moving bool equals true, and then if I just go enter over there and here, nope, I was hoping it was going to make it false by Nina moving bool equals false. Okay, so all we actually need to do now is Control C. Control V. And in fact, oh, now I've got a bit another interesting thing that wouldn't have occurred to me. Right. Can you add one list to another? Because like my original plan was to do this and then but I think we can actually add one list to another. List of direction, total direction list equals new list. Okay, so we've created a new list. Now I wonder if I can go total direction list dot add can I just put this in here? This is kind of like me experimenting a bit here. No. Okay. All right. I wonder if there's a way of like adding, because if not, that's not the end of the world. Yeah, because I know there's a lot that you can do with lists, but I'm just going to do a bit of an experiment. Oh, add range. Let's see, what does that do? Oh, does this work? Add range of directions. If this doesn't work, it's not the end of the world at all. I just want to see if we actually get any green. Oh, you know what? I think we've covered it. Okay, all right. So what I'm doing, essentially, I'm adding all of the directions that we need. So we can go to the beginning of the bridge, then to the end of the bridge, then to the middle of the bridge, right? Yeah, I'm doing that all in one go, and then we're just going to send this Nina to do a bunch of all of this. So we're going to have total direction list. Okay. And then we're just going to Control C, Control V, and Control V. And this will be get directions for Nina to move from from start of bridge to end, and then over here it will be get directions to go from end of bridge to center of the island. Right, okay, and then while underscore map Nina script dot And what was the big boolean that I created? Nina script turning. Oh, busy. It's just busy, isn't it? I was going to come up with a more fancy name, but we're just going to say .busy yield return null. And then right at the end, even though we're going to change this, I might even put a debug to remind myself to change this. Debug.log open brackets progress int dot toString plus currently on island number plus that. So this way we know that we know what island we're on. So all of this is brilliant, right? We can actually now, before I actually do a big test, we're going to make the actual movement just a little bit faster. Let's put turn sprite, buffer speed, anim speed. Why don't we have another float here? Public float move speed. And then move in a direction. Move to point. Oh, I've got it as 0.5. That's a bit too slow, isn't it? So we're going to have move speed. But we can make it just a little bit faster. So maybe 0.2 instead of 0.5. So let me go on to. I think it's called map Nina script. So let me go map. That's the one. All right. So the one that we're creating at the moment is. So move speed, I think that can be 0.2. So it's just going to move from one place to the next a bit faster. Okay, so we're almost ready. Is there anything? No, yes, there is one more thing I need to do, but we're very close. So if we go into map test script, we're going to have if t and not Nina moving ball, and yes, there's one other tiny thing. Make Nina move from one island to the next, and at this point here, we would just want to go progress int plus plus. Okay, so if all my calculations are correct, we can now get Nina to move to the center point of one island, and then we'll be able to go and we'll be able to quote unquote pathfind her way all the way to the end. We're not actually going to go through all the islands. We just want to see if this works. I might get excited and be so happy that I've got this far that I'm just going to do it. But right, so what we're hoping to happen, she's going to move faster. She's going to go bam, 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 bam all the way over here. Let's go. Hold on, I need to click it. Right, let's go. Ah, no. All right, let's have a look. Where are we? Where are we struggling? Started struggling on the first hurdle. Admittedly, it was a little bit optimistic of me to. Oh no, probably not that. So. There is a chance we might just need to get rid of all this. Because I've never done this experiment before where you're adding a chunk of things to a list. I've only ever added one. So we're going to give this a try. Let's see if we get any error messages straight off the bat. It looks like not. Did I save that? Okay, we didn't. Let's go give this another try. So okay, that's all right. I mean, it was a little bit optimistic. It's still very easy to fix. I just kind of I want to kind of experiment because I feel like there should be a way of adding add range. Oh, maybe that's it. Okay. So it'd look a little bit like that. Control C. Let's just see if this works, even though it's given me a bit of... yeah, it's more like I would like to know if we can do this. I'm not going to bother going... I'm not going to stop the stream to actually just do some research, but the concept of adding multiple things to a list would be very useful. So let's see if we come across the same problems. Yeah, we still do. There's got to be a way. Like, and I mean, add range. What does actually add range do? I was hoping it's going to give a good worded explanation. Let's just add range. No. Okay. That's fine. Yeah. I've tried every iteration that may or may not work, but that's okay. This is still quite easy. All we need to do is have all of this and then turn this into a space equals that, and then escape. Put that there. Oh yeah, we've got an extra parentheses bracket that we don't need. I kind of want to make sure there's spaces. Yeah, that's one thing that I'm looking forward to actually having a bit of a research. So my general coding, the way which I code is I did a bunch of coding. I learned quite a lot, and then I was like, whenever I need to learn anything more, then I would just normally go on the internet and find out. But I don't know how long that's going to take me. I mean, I could, yeah, but this is still fine. We just need to, yeah. But you can see it's just a little bit uglier because we need to put that over there, this over here, and this over here. Whereas it'd be nice to just have this total direction list. Yeah. Anyway, so right. So let's see. Hopefully this does work. Yeah, let's give it a try. Right. So stop that there. Let's go play. Right. Ah, got another problem. Ooh, spicy. Let's see what we've done wrong here. So what's happened, it's got as far as the bit where we're looking to move, yeah, where we're looking to move from over to the bridge. So I think, do we just need to reset it as new each time? Like, I want to see if this works, and then we want to kind of work on making it slightly nicer looking. So let's give this another try. Okay, still got the problem. So what's it actually saying? So the direction list.count. Yeah. So let's kind of do a little backlog. Where are all the problems lying? So that bit there, it's saying direction list dot count, because the implication is if direction list is equal to null, then we're going to just have a little debug.log what with some exclamation marks, all right, and then else debug.log, we just have the direction list.count. Okay, hopefully this will just be a little check to work out what's going on, because you know, when you actually just think, it's like, I don't often say this, but since everything works up until this point, it's a bit weird that that this bit isn't working. Okay, what? Alright, so for whatever reason this direction list is nulled. Let's try and work out why. I think I know the problem. Yeah, okay. Right, it's a problem over here. So what have we actually done? Oh, I see. So we actually don't need this at all. Yeah, I've actually made this a lot more complicated than I need to, but that's okay. That's the development process. So what we're actually doing is let me just stare at this just for a bit longer. So we're essentially looking to go from its current position up till here, and then we're getting the directions from here. Oh yeah. Oh no, hold on. Oh, sorry, I got excited then, but I don't think that was actually right. That might have been. Let me. Okay, let's just give this a shot. It will lead us to other problems, but I think it's. It's almost right. Let's have a look. Let's try and work out what I've done wrong. So what we actually needed to do, we needed to up the progress int. In fact, we can do that. So what we kind of want to do is, I think we didn't need to do this, so we're just sort of trying to get rid of things. That should still be fine. It's going from the start of bridge to the end, so that is, so from, nope, we don't need that. We're looking to go from move from the start of the bridge to the end. Oh, of course, I've got that wrong. Yeah. So what we're actually doing, we're going in the wrong direction. I meant for it to actually go to the end X of the original bridge. That's why. So we can actually do this, and I'm going to do something crazy. Right, we're just going to create some red stuff here. End. Yep, what? You're just creating a new thing? Yeah, that's fine. Control C, Control V. end. Okay, and then we just need to, let's go find all these references. So the bit where we're actually assigning it, what we actually need to do is have and this shouldn't actually, this should kind of work out okay, because the yeah, we just need to work out what the end x and the start x are of each thing. So the central class end x. No, that's not what I wanted. I want it to be central end class dot end bridge end x equals x minus 6. It's either x minus 6 or x equals x minus x minus. It's either 6 or 7, and I've just got, I think it's actually 7. I think it's 7, and then central island class dot bridge end y equals y. Okay, no, not y minus 7. Get out of here. Right. So what we're essentially trying to do is work out the coordinates of the beginning and the end of the bridge. So Control C. Control C. Control V. So this one here will be x plus, so x and then y plus 7. Over here, this will be x plus 7. And here we're going to have y minus 7. So this, yeah, hopefully is recording the correct bit. Oh, not and. 7. But and again. Right. I think that's a good start. So now we can make Nina move from start bridge to end. So bridge index, that should be good. I think we're fine. I think this is it. Yeah, I was actually kind of trying to compensate for another layer of confusion which wasn't actually there in the first place. So this should be fine now. Maybe. What we kind of want to do as well, just let's be sensible about this. Ooh, do you think? No, forget it. No. Yeah, no, ignore me. Right, so when we've moved to the end, so what's actually happening here? We're moving from anywhere to the bridge start, then we're going from start of bridge to end, and I kind of want to have a little debug.log this is the end of the bridge. Okay. Right, let's give this a try. So, right, will this work? think this needs to be +1. Sorry. Because we're not actually incrementing the progress until the end. So, right, we're hoping we go all the way down there, across there, and then to the centre of this island, which is somewhere around here. Right, let's go. Yes, and now, right, will it do the same again? Yep. Okay. That's the centre of the island there. Okay, nice. Okay, all right. We're finally actually making progress here. Right. Yes. Okay. All right. That's actually I'm really happy with that. Okay. And now if I press, oh, actually no, but we don't know if that's going to work yet. But right. Okay. All right. I'm really happy with that. Right. I need to quickly. I'm going to be back in just a couple of minutes. I just need to quickly use the bathroom. I shall return momentarily. Right, that was quick, wasn't it? Yes. Right, awesome. So we've achieved exactly what we're looking to get so far. So we now have a quote-unquote pathfinding method. So what we need to now do is where we have our destiny map. In fact, let's go sort the camera out next. So what we kind of want to do, because last time I did a function which makes, when you press R, the camera sort of focuses on the island, and because I've tweaked a few things, the camera isn't working. So we're going to get that back online, and then we're going to get rocking, and then we're going to make some sort of function which enables you to pan out and see the whole thing. Which is probably just going to be another button press, but then we're going to make it a proper button that you can press a little bit later. So this is good. Right, where are we up to? So if you press R here, I have a feeling that let's just have a look at what this does at the moment. Go to definition. Let's starts a coroutine. So I think all of this is fine, but we haven't actually, I don't think, unless we do it here, camera main equals that. Da, 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 da. So we've got to work out. Let's just go create the error message, try and work out where the problem lies. So at the moment I press R and it gives me an error message, because I did actually, like last episode, I did create this problem. So let's find out. And for whatever reason, it's not giving me the exact point as to where the... Oh, here we go. This is fine. Oh, it's because these central point trans are now no longer needed for anything. So in fact, if I go find all references, yeah, we don't need them anymore. So let's go just delete this, because in my earlier version I was using that, and then we can so destination vec actually now equals, look how complicated all this was. Now I think we can just go as far as CI classes progress int. It might actually be +1. Dot CI trans dot position. Easy, beautiful, no problem. So what we can also do is while we're moving everything, we can also have what did I call the function? I've forgotten. Focus camera on central island. Focus camera on central island. Bool click, I think, is just going to be false. I did click so it could instantly click the camera as opposed to actually moving over. And I think all we need to do here is, while we're waiting for this last bit to happen, we just want another. And what boolean did I use for moving a camera? Cam busy, that's fine. So while cam busy, yield return null. So we got one function that moves straight from one island to the next. So let's see how that pans out. So we need to stop that there and then play it again. Oh, we got some error messages. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, central point trans. It's like, what's all this? You don't need any of that. Let's go get rid of this while we're here as well. That's my very, very old method. And we probably don't need this. You can see earlier I was trying to have this really complicated matter of trying to find the bridge start and bridge end. But that's all done. I think we can get rid of this now. Just quite, so it's quite therapeutic just getting rid of all of the bits of code that we don't need, just making more space. Okay, right. All right, we still got error messages. Has central trans still... No, we're okay. Right. Right, so now I'm going to be I'm actually going to go play maximized. Now we're going to have a look. Yep, I know the problem. I know what happened there. Right. Now, if there's anyone actually kicking about and knows what the problem is, I can, yeah, I'm going to fix it, and then you'll be like, oh, I see what happened. So let's go to this one here. Go to definition. So what we've actually done, Yeah, so actually we've got this destination vec here that we've created, but we're actually going to have destination vec.z equals -10. Because at this precise moment, the camera has literally gone straight into everything. It's like, no, we're going to that exact point. It's like, you need to zoom out. Zoom out a little, bro. Right, okay. All right, so let's go. Yeah, and then we press T again. And that looks quite nice. And I'm just checking, I can't like press T multiple times, it won't let me. Yeah. 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 This looks nice, doesn't it? Sorry, I'm just kind of excited. This is finally actually starting to shape together. Now, what we should have is the way this is going to have relevance, as the way it's going to link back to the Destiny map, is we're going to have, we're going to actually now, this is where this gets like a little bit spicy, a little bit fun, is we're now trying to incorporate our everything that we make from the Destiny map into the island. So this is going to be like the big kind of like I would say similar to when in the NHS they swapped to everything being on computers, right? This is going to be fun, but it's going to be difficult, and to be honest, it might not even be that fun. Right, but where are we going next then? So what we are looking to do, I'm trying to work out the best way of actually starting this. So I'm kind of gutted that I've called this map test script, because that implies we can actually almost translate almost all of this code. So what we're looking to do next, let me try and work this out. So we create the map. In fact, let's just while I'm just trying to work this out, we're going to get rid of things that we don't need. Actually, no, I do want to keep that bit. Is there any other debugs that are problematic? Yeah, we don't need this anymore. We shouldn't really need this, but I'll keep it there just in case. I'll have return null. Okay. Oh. Yield break. Is it yield break? I think it's yield break. So I think what yield break does, and I might have to look at that, is when we're in a coroutine or an IEnumerator, it essentially breaks it out of the coroutine altogether, because yeah, that's fine. Oh, actually, no, that's still not good, is it? No, forget the yield break. Get rid of that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so yeah, this kind of solves the sort of problem. If it's trying to make directions where there is no directions to be made, it's just going to say what, and then yeah, that's fine. Okay, right. So where are we going next? that's it. So we're going to try and incorporate the Destiny map into this, and hopefully this won't be too hard. So how would we do this? I just got to think a little bit. So I just got to find. We actually go into scenes first. I just want to go onto the Destiny map. Sure, we can save that. Destiny it's Destiny, Planton, and Tilemaster script. That's what we need. Okay. So let's go back into test map, and then a script we're going to have is this is the one. Okay, so for the time being, there's actually quite a lot going on here. Let's edit this script. So now I've got actually a bit of a sort of interesting call here, because there's an awful lot of useful stuff in here, but there's some things that are completely like bad and detrimental to getting everything. So there is a strong argument that I should just keep this on in the wings and just take all the things that I need to get from it. So let's go start clearing things that we don't need. We don't need that, don't need that. And we don't need that. Okay. And let's go find out exactly how this all begins. So this is the routine. It creates it summons the deck. Yeah, this will be so much better. Once we've actually incorporated this whole thing will just look a lot nicer. So procedurally create Big Daddy map. Let's go to this function here. Go to definition. That's not being used for anything. So I think all we really need is this function here. Control C. Okay. So where does the Big Daddy map? I'm sure I did have a map screen somewhere. Because we need a class, the Big Daddy map class. I suppose we can actually start putting it together. Oh, I see. It's in the game info. It's in the game info script. That's fine. Okay. So this is the thing that we're after. We basically want a Big Daddy map class. Okay. And we're going to go into. We actually want to go into the Big Daddy map class. Go to definition, and then we're going to start getting, with all this information, we can start putting the map out. Okay. Because what we could actually do, even though this might be quite difficult, is the Big Daddy map class could literally hold all of the information on the map, which is what I quite like. I quite like knowing that there's one big class that has all the information. It has where Nina is in her journey. I think that makes a bit more sense. And what have we got? We've actually got quite simple stuff here, so this is fine. Okay. So So I haven't actually changed anything. Oh, I've got a bunch of oh yeah, what's all this about? Oh yeah, so we've got some unreachable code. We don't need any of these breaks. I'll leave them in just to annoy me. Right. Okay, so I think before we continue, before we proceed, we will need to resources. On core, we're going to have master. Put this in, and I just want to see if there's any errors straight off the bat. Oh. Okay. Yes. Yes, there are. That's because we've got this here. We don't need this. We just need a good way of creating the procedural map. So, for the time being, kind of want to just copy this whole function. And put it in our map test script. And then we'll get a bunch of error messages, but we can tidy all this up as we go. So all monster SOs, yeah, we just need to. So yeah, like I say, it's a bit ambitious, but I'm trying to essentially melt. I mean, melt probably isn't the right word, but we're trying to get everything from this, all the things that we want from this, which there's quite a lot, and put it in this script. I mean, we don't actually necessarily need to do it that way. So we've got quite a lot in here already. Maybe not. I think all we actually need to do for the time being, even though this is going to break my game. We just want to get rid of that function there. So I just want to see that it provided, even if we let's have a look. Sorry. So that's good. Okay, we just temporarily. Oh no. Oh god. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's just get rid of this script for the time being. So, this. Okay, so now I just want to see, have we got any error messages right now? And even if we attach that script again, let's just find it. Destiny map scripts. This bad boy, even if we we've still got it attached. Okay, I just want to see if it plays even with if this is still attached. So let's see if we're coming across any problems. It looks like it's fine. Okay, so now we have got the Big Daddy map class. We've got more things that we want to put in all of this. So public int map ints. Okay. I don't know. I think that might be all we need. Right. This definitely feels a little bit ambitious to think that's all we actually need. Okay. We'll find out as we go further in. We'll find out if we need more. I suppose we need the progress int. I suppose we've got that already, haven't we? Yeah. I think we're okay. I think that's actually all we need. Yeah. And like I said, we'll find out. We'll find out if we need more as we go further in. So what we actually kind of want to do is oh, this map test screen is actually a lot more. So control home. Let's go right back to the beginning. So upon start, we're going to create the Destiny map. Okay. And I think we're going to have if gameinfoscript dot instance dot Big Daddy map class is equal, no, actually no, not that. We're going to have mid campaign, then we're going to do something else. We're going to do something else. Okay, so if we're mid campaign, it's going to do something, but for the time being, what we kind of want to do is oh yeah, we probably don't need that anymore. Set maps to this. So we kind of here, I'm just going to put some green notes because this is going to be a little bit of, we'll need to go through step by step. We want to procedurally, let's just go create a new Destiny map. Give it the int values and set all the islands to have the correct tiles. I think that's all we need to do here. So so we can now go Destiny plant and tile map script. Okay. Destiny tile plant and map master script dot instance dot procedurally create Big Daddy map. Okay, and within that we're also assigning we're basically assigning all of the, like within this script here, we're getting this Big Daddy map script and we're giving it to this game info script, because this game info script sticks from one place to the next. And now we want to have Destiny so we now want gameinfoscript.instance._ Big Daddy map class dot map ints equal to the map ints that we've made. I've just got to work out, I think they're just map tile ints. Yeah, map tile ints. Map tile ints. Okay. So now we're assigning, yeah, gosh, this is good. This is it's good coding. It's just, it's like there's, I think the old PCs, right? I think the best way of describing it is with the old PCs, and you'd load it up, and then you'd get that sort of arrow with an egg timer in the bottom right corner of the arrow, And it didn't matter what you clicked on. It may as well just have had an egg timer because it was saying like, we're loading, but we're still no. It's like this is how my brain is functioning right now. It's like I've got to. This is such a sort of big thing that we're trying to do here because essentially we're trying to save all the information onto this big daddy map tile class, and this Big Daddy map class, and I mean, in many respects, we're actually, yeah, I think this is actually going to kind of work out all right. So, what we should do now is, so when we've actually created this, procedurally created this, let's go to the definition, because right at the end there's a mid campaign equals true. So we now need to make sure that if the mid campaign is true, we're then looking to do everything, but we're referring to the map tiles from the Big Daddy map class. So so that's saved all of that, and I think all of this, Control C. Actually, yeah. So we still need to do quite a few things. Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. I'm going to hit some energy drink, and we're going to tackle this problem. First of all, I kind of want to just see if we can do all of this without there being a problem. So let's go on to our master script. Edit script. Quick reset. So upon awake, if quick reset, we're resetting the game. So we're going to just temporarily have this quick reset on, and we want to just see if everything kind of works out. Okay, all right, it actually has. Right, fantastic. So it's done the bit of code that we want, which is fantastic. Okay, right. Now we've got to work out with the information that we get from the ints to then what information we need to create the map from the one that's been created. Right. That shouldn't be too hard. Okay. So what we really should be doing is copying and pasting all of this and then just deleting all the things that we need. So let's go Control C, Control V, and Control C. So let me just get this. Control V. Okay, so let's just kind of siphon through all of this. So the width of map is actually going to be the gameinfo script .instance _. In fact, we're just going to have, let's make life easier, gameinfo script gi equals gameinfo script .instance. That way we just need to put gi every time. So gi __ Big Daddy map class dot map ints dot get length 0, and that will be gi dot _ Big Daddy map class dot map ints dot get length 1. Okay, this one we're instantiating this and we're making it bigger, and we've got the information. So this bit here is still fine. This is playing it, so this is all kind of want to bundle all this together. This bit of code here is fine. Okay, we're then creating map tile trans of that. That's all fine. Again, all of this. The reason I'm sort of bunching this together is because a lot of this code, we don't need to copy and paste. We don't need to have this here and for the else, as in this is all code that we can just use where else. The map tile ints. So at this point here, I'm going to keep us. I'm going to do that. At this point here, we want the map tile ints to equal our gi._ Big Daddy map class dot map ints. Okay. All right. Now int. Ooh, now this is where it gets a bit interesting. Okay. So like what we actually do is here we want to have a public direction. We'll have bridge directions. So we're adding more to this Big Daddy map class. Now, one thing that occurs to me is now that I'm putting all of this, I'm putting new stuff in the Big Daddy map class. And it will mean that when I actually put the next update of this game, it might cause error messages for all who already have a Big Daddy map class where it's not done properly. But that's something, I'll cross that bridge a bit later. It'll be easy to fix that problem, but I'll have to do it from a different perspective. We'll worry about that later. I'm worrying about a problem like several weeks down the line and not the actual current problem. So these bridge directions, because we're actually assigning these bridge directions to all the central things. So so what we actually want to do is island directions equals gi dot underscore Big Daddy map class dot bridge directions. Held transfer. Are we actually using this? Is this just dead code? I don't think we need this for anything. If I just go find all references. No, there wasn't. This was needed earlier, but this is like old code that is now no longer needed. So what we should do is, knowing that we're actually getting hold of these island directions, we should then go back onto, let me close this one and open this, and this is null no matter what. But where we're creating these directions, we're just going to have in fact, yeah, we just want here game info script dot instance dot underscore Big Daddy map class dot bridge directions equals island directions. That's fine. I'm keeping, it's still kind of just about works. So we can close this, go back into here, and we're sort of sifting through each bit one by one. Right, so CI classes equals oh yes, now this is interesting. Now what we should be doing is width of islands. So this just requires because all of this code would work without too much problem. The only problem is if I were to make, say, one level different to another, it would work under the assumption the width of islands are. Oh, actually no. I think this is. Yeah, it just requires a little bit of thought. Um, Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Again, I do apologise. I'm having these long pauses because I want to make sure I've got everything right. For the time being, this is fine, and I will leave it. But yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Yeah, just going through little bits at a time. So yeah, it's because you could, like, I want to have the potential to not every map being exactly 5x6 every time, and that will require a little bit of engineering. Yeah. Okay. I think I know how we can do this. I think we still save this. Public int. Width of islands. Oh, Lakia! Oh, let's rock! Oh, awesome! Oh yeah, I watched that YouTube video of you doing that awesome fight. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Oh, yeah, that's really cool. So how's everything going with that? Like, I've decided the way which I'm going to play Wormhole Adventurer, because I want to get I want to do the 200, the 300, and the 400 wormholes. But what I need to do is I need to plan to make sure I've got a lot of spare time because I think it's like I realised, because I think you're talking about how on earth does someone have 26 hours to suddenly play a game? And I was like, and to be honest, I realised it's like, oh gosh, everything else in the world, I was just so focused, I just didn't realise. But so I need to make sure I've got some annual leave soon, and I'm going to see if I can do, do another campaign. At the moment, we have been working on creating islands that actually I can probably even show you. Let's have a look. But let's see if I go like this. Just checking there's no. So yeah, this is how far we've got so far. Right. So now if I press T, yeah, we can now sort of move to the centre of each island and kind of just go to the next bit. So I I would rather have this, and then we're going to have the little tiles that you can click on over here. Just because I think this just looks a lot nicer than the original Destiny map. And yeah, it will feel a lot better as well. And I think I can also fix some problems because a little spoiler here. There's if you wanted to get infinite gold in my game, you can, if you defeat a monster, right, and then you collect the gold, right, like from that screen, and then you press escape and go back to main menu, you can keep going on and collecting more and more gold. Like, it's quite a specific problem, and that's kind of what I'm working on. I've hit a wall in my 200 wormhole save. I'm now struggling for lithium. I only have 3 lithium asteroids in the so you go back and forth, like, because I think that they'll because obviously I had a 500 wormhole thing, and I think right at the end it was sand that I was running short on. I realised, I think I ended up having loads of lithium, loads of everything, and it was just sand was the bottleneck. But it's like 100 display screens. That is quite a lot. That's a good point, actually. Right, this is going to sound like, have you Have you actually got all 100 display screens on any playthrough yet? Oh yeah, and also I was about to give you tips on your game. I found that the combat instances quite often they can quite often drop like one or two display screens. That was partly part of my grind. um, but yeah, right. So right, let's go. Let's move this over. Right. So, where were we? Oh, yeah, so we've made this width of island, height of island. And I'm going to go back onto here. And what we really should do, I'm going to actually be a little bit cheeky and get rid of this. And get rid of this. And get rid of this. And get rid of this, and then where we have else, we're going to have something like switch master dot instance dot oh, actually, no, it's the chaos level that we're after. So I think that's actually game info script dot instance dot chaos level current, and then we're just going to have default with so int. So you might not have ever done that grinding. I have. It used to be 250 of everything, and now it's one. Oh, right, I see. Yeah, but I mean, I know it sounds silly, right? Like I probably would say, this is just as someone who has come out the other end. Like I would say 100 is probably a bit too much. Like I think, like I mean, but you'll probably be able to say yourself. It's just obviously to me, I love the game so much, I didn't really care. It's just there was a certain point, and I would say it was probably when I hit about maybe 50. And I was thinking, oh my gosh, getting the next 50, it's like, because I already had enough resources to get me up to about, say, 20. Sorry, yes, just to clarify, we're talking about Wormhole Adventurer on the Steam store. I'll see, hold on. Because like I say, you've got a bit of, let's have a look. Let's bring this over. Yeah, it's this game here. Absolutely fantastic, fully recommended. Absolutely love it. I would, genuinely, if you've got, like, it's just, so much fun to play. But it's just the thing is, like, because I was almost tempted when I got to about maybe 75. I was almost tempted to give you a message just saying, like, you know what, I think 100 is a bit too high. All of the others are completely fine. It is purely the display screens that just take so long. Right, anyway, where were we? So int width of islands equals 0. Heights of islands. Okay, so what I'm actually doing here is 6 and then break. I think this is fine. So the general, like, I like to put this bit of code in here so that depend on the like chaos level / the year that you're on, we can make the islands bigger and smaller. Oh yeah, definitely, absolutely. I think the reason that I'll definitely do that. I'm going to do that. I meant to actually do it sooner. The reason I haven't done it yet is it's only because I was trying to work out because when it actually I was trying to work out the most diplomatic way of saying the graphics do look a little bit like a game from the Amiga, but it's like it doesn't actually matter. It's like kind of because it's like because I felt bad in just saying the graphics do look a little bit dated, so to speak, but that's actually part of the charm of it. Actually, I'm going to word it that way because I didn't want to just say, oh, the graphics are mind blowing. It's because they are I've got I've been trying to sort of I think I got someone to download it earlier, but I'll put it on the thing just in case. Rumple Town, it's exclamation Rumple Town, but I've put it on there. Yeah, it's just but actually, as someone who's actually sort of played Rumple Town, I think whenever I look at the Destiny map, I always just find it rubbish. So that's why we've spent a little while. We're going to make it better, and we're going to fix problems that were on it before that hopefully we won't have now. Right. So why have I done all of this? I've done all of this because this gives us the freedom to make different years actually have different bigger islands and bigger sets of islands. So I think this is fine. And then right at the bottom here, we're going to have gameinfoscript.instance.bigDaddyMap class width of island equals width of islands, and then enter. Now is the auto commit? No, not quite. Height of island equals height of islands. I think that should be fine. I'm just double checking this isn't going to be a problem. Yeah, this should be fine. Okay, so when it comes to loading, we're actually going to have this will be gi dot underscore Big Daddy Map class dot width of island. I really should be calling it width of islands. I'll make that change in a sec. G dot underscore Big Daddy Map class dot height of island. Yeah, and I need to just make that plural, otherwise I'll go crazy. Let's go rename this. Yeah, rename. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's definitely a placeholder. Because I think it's more because I think there is still actually a good fun game to be had. But I'm normally kind of a little bit sort of particular. It's like, for example, I've literally, as much as I've made a few tunes, I haven't actually implemented any sound at any point. I'm gonna there'll be maybe I reckon this might take me a few more streams to get this Destiny map completely full up and running online. But once we've done that, I'm probably going to work on music and stuff. But even when that's done, there's still way more things that I want to do. It's at the moment you're building up Rumple tokens, which currently don't do anything, but there is going to be a use for them. I'm just excited. I'm excited to actually, having the I've got this whole concept of boost cans that can give you a boost throughout the game. Right, where are we up to now? So yeah, we're just kind of working our way through here. So when we're creating the Destiny map, this is going to essentially load from all the information, and we're just kind of working our way through it. So so map tile ints, what's actually happening over here? this is instantiating at the correct place. This is all fine. So this bit of code here, absolutely no problem. Right, the island directions. This is where yes, and we can actually still fit all of this. Actually, do we even need this? What's actually happening at this point? Because we need to change some of this bit of code. So we're still setting that. That's fine. Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, awesome. Cool. Oh, thanks, man. That's brilliant. But yeah, don't worry. I'll definitely do a review. I think kind of like... it's like, yeah, Wormhole Adventurer. Like, so... what you know when it's like the only when I'm thinking what improvements could be made to Wormhole Adventurer, I just want more. It's like kind of I think what was the strongest ship that I could reasonably make at the end of it, so there was kind of less incentive to try and loot ships, to try and find anything better, because I think I had the two strongest sweeping lasers and the two strongest like firing lasers, and I was like, oh yeah, well, you know, like see, and I probably, yeah, it's just that's not really a flaw. That's just like I just want more. It's like I kind of want, like, even though legendary is pretty much, if there was like some sort of like godly laser that every now and then in like a combat instance, you know, has got like a 0.1% chance or like a 1% chance of drop rate or something, then I'd be like, oh, what is this? Oh, you know, get excited and stuff. But yeah. Yeah. Oh yes, nice. Yeah. I mean, like, literally, like, so the thing is I can't, you know, as much as I'm sure other people have a little bit more self-discipline, when it comes to Wormhole Adventurer, you know, it's like, to me, I need to kind of like make sure that I have several hours. I need to have like several days in front of me to be like, right, okay, we're going to play. Because it's just, yeah, absolutely amazing. Right, so what's happening here? So we got the island directions is over there. That map tile. So this is all fine. This is fine. X starting is there. So we definitely need to set the directions over here. I don't think we need to do any of this. Oh yes. Yeah, and here's where I just need to kind of do a little bit of trying to work out, because I want to make sure that, like, when you're actually loading the game, the maps, the bridges and everything won't be the same. Some of the others. I play. Oh, cool. Oh, I do appreciate that. That actually does. That really does mean a lot to me. I like. It's okay. Go some kids. Let's play again. Go get food. Oh, that really does. I tell you what, as far as like compliments go, I really do appreciate that, man. But I know it turns out having 3 kids means you don't get quite as much free time. But no, yeah. Like, out of interest, did you complete year 5? Did you? How far did you actually like complete it, or did you, like, how many years were you able to complete? Because I did make it just a bit progressively more difficult after each year. Right, starting X. Oh yeah, I don't think we actually need to worry about that. And I think if we go into here, go to definition, so what we kind of need to do, because we need to work out the start and the end point of all of the bridge directions, which is a little bit tricky. I've just got to kind of work out the easiest way of doing this. because we want to make sure that the bridges are in the same place, and at the moment this randomizes them. I mean, it's only going to make a visual difference, but it will be... Oh, right. Yeah, no, like I say, I might have made it... Oh, so what would happen is, so once you've done year 1, there is, and it's probably not even super obvious, but on the screen there's a little ticket in the top right where it's like where there'll be an arrow that you can kind of move to go to year 2 and year 3. But like, I probably didn't make that like super clear. It was more like, you know, when I was just thinking, oh, that'll do, it'll be fine. Right. So what we kind of want to do is when we're saving this, so I think what we need to do is on this Big Daddy map script, we need to have public int, yeah, bridge start x, Control C, Control V, bridge start y, and then Control V, bridge end x, bridge end y. Okay, why are we doing all this? Oh yeah. Yeah, at the moment it's the same enemies, like, because I want to make like loads more enemies. At the moment there is literally, I've only done 12 animations. I've sort of started on a few more, but I haven't completed them yet. And I do want you to fight like some of the same enemies, but I want there to be a few different ones as you fight along. You know, I want that excitement of being like, whoa, who's this thing? That's different to what I was fighting before. At the moment it is the same 12 enemies that you got to fight. That's one of those things which, like, kind of, I'm looking forward to actually putting more enemies in, because I've got so many ideas for like enemy attacks that you can have, and like at the moment I do want an enemy attack that destroys ready camps, because like at the moment ready camps, there's no, the enemies have got no defense. Oh, actually, I think if you hover over the year on the main thing, it should say something like, they're tougher, yeah. And when you go to year 3, they're tougher, and I think they'd have more attack or something. So it's like it gets exponentially more difficult. Right, so now we've got these bridge start X's. At this point here, we can actually, we're going to have a little green thing here. We're going to have so Bridge Island 1. Here's where I've just got to be a little bit sensible. In fact, no, I'm making this way more complicated than it needs to be. It's still slightly complicated, but we can make it a lot easier. So, else, okay. At this point here, we're going to have, this is a little bit more complicated, but it should be fine. Game info script dot instance dot underscore Big Daddy map class dot bridge start x equals new, and that will be new int width of islands times by height of islands, and then we just need to do that for all the others. So that'll be start y so we're creating all of these, and then we're going to have for int I for, there we I want to get into the habit of just pressing double tab to save that, to do that. Oh no, don't worry. At this precise moment, the way the game functions, you have got like year 2 unlocked forever. I do want to add a slightly punishing element in that when you complete year 1, you get, say, and I haven't worked out exactly, but say 5. No, this is later. It's like my later thing is where you get, say, 5 or 3 tickets to year 2. But if you get halfway through year 2, you get your own. You'll get one year 2 ticket back. And so, kind of like, I like the idea that it's like you can't be like, oh, this is a bad start, just give up. You know, there's going to be a little bit of a sort of punishing element. You want to make sure, you know, and these Rumpel tokens, you will eventually be able to buy tickets. But that's kind of like, that's a little bit in the future. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm looking to go. So for it's not. So, sorry, just trying to work out where this is coming into play. Oh yeah, that's fine. So this is going to be ci classes.length, and then we're going to have oh, this is looking ugly. This is looking more ugly as I do it, but that's fine. Just go with it. It's fine. Equals ci. Hold on. So we're saving the ints where the bridge is starting and finishing, just so it's a lot easier to sort of load up. So that equals ci Central Island classes I dot bridge start x. Okay, and then we just need to translate that, and then so that'll be start y, that'll be end x, that'll be end y. Okay, so now that we've got all of that, we can now cut a lot off. When we're loading, we just have this to go by. Oh yes, you do. At the moment, like I say, there is nothing at the moment. All we've got is just that number goes up. And when you do year 2 as well, there's a multiplier of Rumpel tokens that you get. So like year 1, you're going to get like, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to 12 tokens for doing the respective monster. And then year 2, it's just all of that times 2. And so like you're incentivized to do the later years so you can get more Rumpel tokens. And little things that I'm considering are having like sort of town upgrades or something that's going to cost, say, 50 Rumpel tokens for your first upgrade, where you get a bit of extra maximum life and like a permanent upgrade for the rest of the game. But that's more, again, these are all things that I'm sort of considering. They're all things that I want, but I haven't worked on. It's like at the moment it's just ideas. But yeah, that's really cool though. Right, so we have now. So what was the purpose of all of this? This was just purely so we now have the bridge start X and the bridge start Y things. So now when we are at, I want to just check we're at the right place. So we're creating this. We're basically just setting all of the important values that we need. So island directions, yep, that's fine. So what we should be doing as well is, I guess if we're keeping this, we're going to have actually, I don't need to do it this way. I've probably made it a bit more complicated than I need. This is more like just me being a bit picky. What I can do, I can just simply have CI classes I dot bridge start x equals gi dot underscore dot instance. Oh no, gi dot underscore big daddy map class dot bridge start x I. I'm hoping it's going to be easy to save two-dimensional arrays. I'm sure that won't be a problem. That will be bridge start y. And we've just got to be a bit cautious that we are assigning the correct ones. So all of this is essentially loading information that we've already got. And I'm making sure that the Big Daddy map class, this is only saving information that is important. So, and then we just want the same again, Control V, but this one's going to be end. And the way this is going to actually work in saving and loading, that's going to be another challenge, but it shouldn't be too hard. Okay, right, so that should be everything that we need. And we don't need that either. Yep. Okay, right. Let's go. So this is, we're getting there. So this is the point where we just turn all the sprites into the color that we need and to the right sprites. That's all fine. So I think we're now sort of close-ish to our way. We're now kind of getting to the point where we can start putting tiles, putting the actual like progress tiles or the Destiny map tiles on our actual map. And I've got to work out the easiest way of doing that. So that's good. So what I want to do, so what we actually need to do, we've got to go into our save load script edit. Here is where, like, in fact, yeah, like, because it's one thing which has always confused me, is, so where we've got a Big Daddy map class. So at the moment, over here, I just want to see where we're actually saving all the important things that are actually on the map that are relevant. So, Max Malachi. yeah. But I want that to be a sort of side thing, because I want, because Rumpel tokens are going to be like sort of the thing that you'll kind of naturally grind as you're playing the game, and then you'll get to a point. So I can actually I'm trying to work out. So I can show you roughly where I'm heading. If I go where did I put it now? I don't remember where anything is. So these are all the... Oh, you can't really see it too well, but these are the different tickets that you'll be able to buy. And I think, is it just boost cans? They're the different boost cans. So there's going to be a whole vending machine, and I made it somewhere. I just got to remember. Yeah, vending machine. Is this the one? Yeah, so a little bit later, we're going to have there's going to be a shop where it's going to be like buy a boost, and you'll be able to kind of like get the boost cans. So the boost cans are going to be just give you like a small little advantage right from the get-go. So One of them is going to be something like you can choose out of one of 3 randomly picked totems to add to your deck, and there's going to be a few more exciting ones like adding a particular card or adding a certain number of cards, and we're kind of essentially I'm going to make a whole sort of thing. And I think somewhere, if I got, it says buy a boost, and I think there's like buy a ticket somewhere as well, but I can't remember where it is. But yeah, so I just thought I'd be like, so that's kind of like roughly where we're going with that. Oh yeah, that was a good point actually. On a completely unrelated note, oh yeah, cheers man. On an entirely unrelated note, I was just I was just watching some random stuff on YouTube last night before I went to bed, and there was a particular, like, a really, really interesting maths problem that came up that just, like, as a mathematician, properly blew my mind, right? And I'll so you were given a series of numbers, which was 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, right? Okay, the number just doubles every time, or you could say it's 2 to the power... it doesn't matter, right? Or it doesn't matter, right? It was saying what number follows from there, and the obvious answer is 32, right? But then this is quite a mind-blowing thing, right? And I'll see if I can illustrate this, right? What we're looking at here is a circle, right? That's got, see, there's those white dots in the corner. There's 6 white dots. So if you were to have, if I just go. If you were to have 1 dot, right, and you were to line out, well, then there would just be one like area, right? If you have 2 dots, then there'll be a line in the middle, and then you'd have 2 areas total. It goes all the way up, right? And then if you have 3 dots, then you'd find you'd have like 1, 2, 3. You'd have 4 like areas on the circle, and then 5 dots is 8. But then when you get to 6 dots, it's actually only 31 areas, not 32. And you just think, oh, come on, maths. Why would you make that 30? But like, if you actually count the number of areas, bear in mind there's this tiny little bit there. But if you add up all the areas, it comes to 31, not 32. And that just kind of blew my mind. So it's like, if you're to see a number pattern that goes 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, then potentially the next number along the line could be 31. Anyway, that is my proper geeky side showing. But it was, I just, that sort of properly blew my mind. I was like, I don't know actually where it goes from there. But yeah, anyway, I thought I'd show that little maths thing off. Right, sorry, I'm sort of... oh yes, right. This is all the map stuff that we need to. Yeah, this is all the stuff. No, I haven't. Is it good? Because I actually like. So I have watched a guy called, I think he's called Matt Parker, who's like, he's essentially a comedian, and I think he describes himself as a stand-up mathematician, and he does lots of like mathematical problems, and he codes as well. And like, he's actually like, for people like me who are quite sort of geeky, actually he's really funny as well. I haven't, but I'm going to add that onto my that might be sort of something. Oh wow, okay, yeah, you sold it to me. I'm gonna coding, so it's called Coding Train. I'm just seeing if I can actually. Oh, it might even be this guy. Okay, right. Sorry, yeah, I've just put it into my search. Yeah, I'm gonna have a look at that tonight. Actually, yeah, that's brilliant. Right. So back to the complicated bit. So what we're actually looking to do is have in the data class, we're looking to save. All this new stuff here, and this, all of this. Control C, Control V, let's go. So unfortunately, what we kind of need to do is, is that, I think all of this is fine. So what we're going to do, oh, and that as well. So now this Big Daddy Map class has got even bigger because it's holding all of the data of the islands on it as well. So we're just going to have to go through the save, load and reset to make sure that all of these are set in the right place. Now there's loads of different ways we can do this. I'm going to just press Control C. Oh no, I want to copy all of this. Control C. And then I normally just find the bottom one. We go find all references. And we just try and work out at what point we're actually referring to it. So I think I can move this back over here. Go back on here, and we're just going to kind of change all the bits that we need. So if I have Control V, Control Z, Control V, and then we are just going to kind of Shift Alt. Yeah, okay. Now we just want to kind of get rid of all of this bit. This will. What have I done? Okay, I was holding a button that I didn't need to hold. Okay. Okay, right. Okay, everything's fine. We're all good. Everything. The world can carry on spinning. Right. So we're going to have. I want to get rid of all this actually. I mean, I might just do it one by one. Don't worry, this will make sense in a little bit. Oh, yes! Rock and roll, Alex City. Yes, you are right. It made sense. It made a lot of sense at the time, but it's not paying off now. So I'm doing all of this so we can now have Shift Alt, and we can go data dot, and then I'm going to have Control C. Control V, and then we're going to have. So what am I actually doing here? I can't remember. This is when we're saving the game. So we're putting all the data, and GIS. Oh, hang on a sec. We actually meant to do it over here, aren't we? That's fine. Let me just get all this right. Can't remember how did I do all of this before. So this is the bit where we're individually saving each. So what we actually want to do is when we're saving the data, we just need to have okay, this is going to take a little while. Apologies. Equals new. So oh no, this is actually a lot easier than I thought. The reason this is complicated, the reason that it's been so hard to actually save this before, let me go copy this, is because when we're saving, we're actually saving jagged arrays, which is really complicated. So this might sound patronizing if you heard this already. Jagged arrays are when you have it's like a group of varying different sizes arrays, and for saving this you need that, but for here we don't need that. So hopefully this will just be as simple as saying gis dot underscore Big Daddy Map class dot mapints. Okay, we'll find out if that works. Got a shot with, oh yes. Yes, that's always nice when that happens, because now you've got a clear direction in your game. Which yeah, I do like it when you kind of do that, and because that's kind of how not the same, but it's like essentially the bane. Like not the bane of my life, but I'm constantly like comparing, trying to get my game to be, as to try and make it sort of a similar game to Slay the Spire. And Slay the Spire has a similar thing where you can kind of get a certain card and be like, oh yeah, that's good, isn't it? Right. Yes. Okay. Right. Yes. It looks like it's doing a lot of this for me. And I like the idea that you can. Kind of you like get the you kind of work out your route when you're playing Slay the Spire. You're like, oh, okay, brilliant, okay, this is going to be a poison heavy deck, and you can and sort of certain things sort of synergize with others. It does, and it doesn't say that on the text. It does, like even though I haven't updated it, I have changed it now so that it does do that. But I apologise because it doesn't say the word vanquish on it, and it should do. It just I just forgot to put it on. But I've changed it so like when the next like version on it, when I do upload the next version, it will change that. Yeah. So because I think that would be a bit too strong otherwise. Right. So, but like when I do, when I'm the next version, they're all going to cost one less. So instead of it being 3 mana, 2 mana, 1 mana, it's going to be 2, 1, and 0, which might make it too strong, but we'll find out. Okay. So, is that all we need to do? So I think that's all we need to do. Now we've done that, we can just copy this. And we want to check to see if it does work, because I've got to try and remember if you can essentially just get a perfect copy when you do that, or if I need to go through each one individually. So let's go. So upon saying, so I've got that copied. Find all references. Fine. Okay. So this is the reset part. I think. Yeah. So now, at this point here, we're just going to make all of these things equal null. Is it going to be as easy as this? No, not quite. So that's going to be 0. That's going to be 0. And I think everything else can equal null. So what this is basically saying, is there a game available already? If not, then we're just going to set all of these, because when you start a new game, it's going to then set them up again. So I think that's good. Okay, now find all references. Now we're going to go on to hopefully the load part. So this is the loading game. So I think we can actually just put it underneath over here. And we're literally going to be really cheeky. We're just going to change this into data and this bit into GIS. Although we haven't. Oh, GIS dot underscore. Oh yes. Okay, no, I was being a little bit cocky there. It doesn't quite work that way. So data dot that, and we can actually go Control X. Does this work? Does this work? Oh, I think it does actually. And this bit here is Okay, right. This is a little bit. I think this is all we need to do. So this is basically making sure that when we save the game, it saves just a little bit more of the Big Daddy Map class, and this is the bit where we're loading. And there should be somewhere a reset. So if the file exists, then we're going to do all of that. If we're in mid-campaign, then we're going to load all of that. And then if we're not in mid-campaign, we're going to... I think we can just... Oh! I don't think we actually need to put anything here. So we just need to sort out the reset now. And actually, if we reset the game, that equals null anyway, and that... so what should be happening? I just need to try and work out, because ideally I want to make the mid-game thing equal false. Yeah, so we're getting close. So I'm just moving some data around so that we can save and load all our data. So if mid-campaign... Oh yes, of course, because yeah, that's just going to equal null, so that's fine. Big Daddy Map class equals null, and at some point down the line, I think when we are resetting, we should also make the mid-game campaign. Let's go find all these references. So upon saving, upon loading, so we probably do need, I think, sorry, this is just adding a bit of extra code. We just want to have gis dot mid campaign equals false, and I think I'm okay with that. Even though it will be false by default, I think it's safer to make sure that it is definitely false. Okay, right, now we've done all of that, we can get back to incorporating our bridge. So at the moment we're now looking to try and save the game. We're looking to create the whole map, then save the game, and then go out of the game and see if it loads. Loads okay. At what point? Okay, so I think let's go find all these references. So what we're kind of looking at now is when we were actually instantiating Nina, ideally we want to summon the little pink Nina monster at the central point of whatever progress we're at. So we don't actually need to worry about that too. Yeah, actually no, we probably should. I probably better deal with that. So oh wow! Oh, I just got some thunder. I don't know if you heard any of that. So we're going to do Nina.x equals CI classes progress int .x and Nina.y. Yeah, so that is the central points of those, and we kind of want to do almost that exact same thing. We can just copy and paste and put that over here. Okay, right. So we're now, I want to see if I've messed everything up or if everything works. So first of all, let's see if we create... oh, brilliant. Oh, yeah, see it a bit, like, yeah. Right, so we're going to test to see if we get an error message. It feels likely. Oh, we didn't. Okay. Right, so that's good. And now if I just press T, we should still be moving from one place to the next. And that feels quite nice, doesn't it? Right, so all of this is working really well. Okay, now, let me just pause it. Can we go into the save load script? I'm going to go Control MO, close everything, and then upon update. Ah, no, I didn't. I was hoping I could just save the game, but I think the game might have saved already. So Big Daddy map class. So I think what we probably should do is we want to kind of save the game after we've created it, because I've realised I haven't actually done that yet. So hypothetically, if I were to, this might give us an error message. Let's just see what happens. So it has, but I believe it's just created a whole fresh new one. So we're going to have to go back onto quick reset. I think let's go onto map test script. So it's doing all of this if it's creating it for the first time, and it's doing all of this if it's loading. And then what I kind of want at the end right here is to just have how do we save game again? I can't remember. It's just save load script.instance.save. So save load script. Save load script dot instance dot save. Okay, so hopefully we create it and then we save the game. And let's, for the time being, let's add these ones back in play. So we now know that S, on top of moving Nina in a particular direction, will also save the game. So I want to see if this works. So we're going to have to press play. We've got the quick reset on here for the first time, and that's created it, right? And it should have also saved all the data. Ah, but we've got an error message. That's fine. That's good. It's good that I spotted that. Oh, right. Okay, this is actually another separate problem that we've got. So, yeah. Okay, this is should be easily fixed. The problem is it's trying to save the cards, but at no point have we actually. Currently, we've got no cards, so that's fine. I think just for what we should. Oh no. Right. What we need to do is within. I think this script here. Control O. I think there's a way we've created somewhere just a way of creating basic starting cards, and I've just got to remember exactly how we do that. I think it's done over here. So right, saving the game there after we've created it. So yeah, I know one of these functions here it might even be in MasterScript, because I've got a function which essentially assigns all the starting cards, and I've got to remember exactly where that's kept. Right, okay. On that, Right. Okay. I'm going to just have a quick break. I need to go to the toilet. I'll be right back. Yeah. Be right back. Right, okay, we're back. I've noticed that there's actually been a follower, and my thing didn't work, so apologies. But Divi Yeshio, it is very, very nice for you to follow me. I apologise if you've left the stream, but it's absolutely fantastic. All the follows are very, very much appreciated. That really does help my stream out a lot. So thank you very much. Right. So where were we? That was it. We got this error message, and it's because current deck. We're going to go find all references to this. There's going to be quite a few references, but we just got to work out the point at which we're adding. Oh, it's on the game info script. That's fine. Okay, so at what point are we calling this? Find all references. So set up basic deck. Yep, that's fine. Find all references. Sorry, I'm just trying to work out the other times in which we're doing this. So that should be no problem. I mean, because in theory this function only ever needs to occur once, but find all references. Okay, so let's go find out, because all we really need to do is cards in deck. Just need to find the points at which it's doing this. So find all references again. Just going to do a bit of back and forth, trying to work out why we need to do this. Oh, so this is actually for specifically when we're in a game. Yeah, so that's in the Game Master, so we don't need to worry about that too much. We just need to set up our basic deck. So in fact, what we can do is upon this might be a little. Yeah, we're going to have a bit of code, a bit of conflicting code. Oh yes, yeah, Wallop. That's a brilliant card. Like, because I did have. Yes, yeah. I think so. Another card that you could add to that, it's a little bit more trickier to use, but it's really, really good. Is it's called Sinister Deal, where it costs 0 mana and you sacrifice 5 armored defenders to create. I can't even remember the exact numbers, but like something like 5 times that many attackers. So it's like, kind of like if you're looking for a proper Glith Zerka deck, you want Wallops and you want Sinister Deals and ways of creating armoured attackers, armoured defenders. So yeah, it sacrifices the armoured defenders to... Oh right, yeah, no, that's a good... yeah, like I think I wanted to keep it sort of varied. It's just, yeah, that's a way of creating a lot of attackers, but you need armoured defenders to be able to do it. Yeah, like, and I think it's one of those where it's like the reason that it's so good is because you don't always have armored defenders, so it's not as though it will always work. But yeah, you can create like loads of attackers that way. Right. So what we were actually doing is in the game info. I haven't actually. Oh, I've lost where I was going. Okay, set hand script. That's fine. Okay. So, okay, right, so we just need the game info master script, because that's where our the main bit of code that we need is. So it's just attached to game info script, edit script. And we've got a setup cards, reset. So yeah, we need to do this first, and then before we actually create the deck, so that should be fine. So map test. So when we're creating the Destiny map, I think we could actually just go. So if there is a mid campaign already, then it's going to do this. Else, I've got to work out when we're actually procedurally creating the map. I'll find that out in a sec. I definitely did. Where did I put the? I put a bit of script, which is so. Let me just do this before I forget. So, game info script dot instance dot reset cards life and map. Start coroutine. I'm sure I did. I'm sure somewhere I did procedurally create. In fact, Control F. Procedurally. Okay, I've done it over here. Right. At what point is this? Yeah, this is at the right place. Okay. So we actually kind of want to put. Yeah, we can. I think we can do this here. I think that should be no problem. All right, so we want to just see if we can play with getting any. Yeah. Can I make a suggestion? Please, could you add this or make it an option? Notice your game doesn't run in the background. Yes, I've noticed that. Yes, and also I don't know if it's the same with you, but I've got my main monitor here and my secondary monitor over here, and whenever I play it, it always comes on my secondary monitor. So that's another. I reckon it might be one. They might be linked or something. But what we can do, I tell you what, I'm going to actually. Let's go. Hold on. See if I can get to my. Because I want to add that as. Right, let's go. Yes, it's all fine. So I've got my sort of to-do list here, but we're gonna see if we can solve both of them. So make game continue even when you haven't got it selected in Windows, and work out why the game starts starts on the wrong monitor. Yeah. So we'll like I don't know. Oh, is it? Oh, right. Is it something that I can just click? Like, yeah. But I mean, it's for me. It opens. Oh, does it open? Oh, then why does it not open on my main screen? Okay. So I have this slight worry that if I do somehow set it to work on my main screen, it's gonna, for every other player, it's gonna go on their off screen. I don't know. So that might be an internal thing. Project settings, and it says, oh really? File. Is it build settings, you mean? Or is there project settings as well? Hold on. Got to remember where there's project settings now. Oh, project settings. Oh, right. It's a small old box. Let's have a look. Edit project settings. Yep. And do you know where there's quite a few things here, but do you know which one it is? Let's have a look. Right. Probably not frame rate. Oh yeah. No worries. Sorry, I'm putting this on suddenly, like putting you on the spotlight there. But I'll come back to that. Actually, while we're doing that. Oh right. I mean, yeah, because I've got build settings up. Hold on. Yeah, I've got the build settings, and it feels like it could just be. Yeah, because I'm slightly fearful of creating something. Right. Oh, player settings. Ah, that's better. Let's just make this full screen again. And then, sorry, I realised that you're actually checking this all out in the same, like at the same time. So I'm like, come on. Then resolution and presentation. Oh, running background. I'm guessing it's that. Yeah. Okay. Done. Nice. Okay. Like I say, I think because I'm kind of at this awkward exchange where I'm essentially having to break a few things to get the map to work, I won't be able to upload the latest version yet because at this precise state of the game, it isn't actually playable. Yeah. Oh, that one I'll work out. It's probably a problem with my computer. If you're not getting that problem, and I am, it's almost certainly a problem with my computer. But yeah, no, that's fine. That's good. I tell you, I do really appreciate that. So we've just switched that one on. And like I said, I won't be able to get a new build quite yet because I'm having to break a few things to get this latest build to work. So at this precise moment, my game is essentially unplayable. It's like at this weird state. Right, so anyway, where are we? Right, oh yeah, we're going to press play to try and work out. Let's first of all see if we've got any problems. Okay. So ideally, we've actually saved the game as well. And if I go on to right at the bottom here. Oh, we've actually got it selected already, I believe. But let's just double check. Master. Got that selected. This is our army. Why have I done all of that? It's purely... So now I'm going to do not quick reset. And then we're just going to load. Oh. Okay. Right. Did that work? We haven't got any error messages. Right, so I know that looks as though I've done nothing whatsoever. Right, I do realise that. I want to see. Right, sorry, I know that doesn't... Yeah, so we are mid-campaign. So let's just have a little look at the patterns here to check that it is actually loading the correct one. So that seems like quite a memorable sort of thing. All right, so we want to hope that when I actually press play again, it looks the same as what it did, and it does. Yes. Ah, brilliant. Okay, fantastic. Right. Why did it do that? Let's have a look. So if I just press T now. Okay. So we have... Okay, there is a small issue here, but this... the reason being is because I've got the progress int... yeah, we just need to sort out the progress int, essentially. But we'll get to that. Progress int... Yeah, okay. I'm going to sort that out shortly. Yeah, so the problem which we've got is we've got a progress int here, and on the Big Daddy map class, we've got the progress int. And when we're moving forward, I'm not sure what progress int we're referring to. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, like, because I upgraded my computer quite recently. I've got like Windows 10. I have actually got all the specs written down somewhere, but I can't remember where it is. Yeah, I've made quite a few upgrades, or more like my brother. My brother made a few upgrades, and like, because it's a new operating system, it is almost certainly a problem with me. And yeah. So anyway, right. So now, what we're kind of looking to do is get hold of. This is going to be another interesting. This is going to be quite spicy. So what we're actually, I think I need to kind of visualize it to work it out. So if I, yeah, okay. So if I were to press T again, what would happen? Oh yeah, it just goes back to the wrong place. Okay, that's fine. I'm sure I've just got the progress int. Oh, hang on a sec. It might be something simpler than that. Because it might be that the Nina... Oh no, that is that 4-4? So I just want to do a quick bit of maths here. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that is the correct place. We're just trying to work out like why it's suddenly not doing that. It's not the end of the world, because I think when we fix other things, it will fix that problem. Somewhere on this map test, I've got the progress int. Yeah. Okay. I'll worry about that in a bit. So, yes, so that's a very good question. So what I have actually done is, and I think I've shown, you've probably noticed already, you do have the ability at the moment to wander around. And I don't quite know. What if I just did... Yeah, so I haven't actually, to be honest, I don't know yet. Like, I'm gonna kind of like... I like to know that I've got the freedom to do the one which I like, but I haven't decided. So I think it's going to be more... so my general plan is... Hold on, if I press T now... Oh yeah, I think I know currently on island number 1. Yeah, it's. I know that I've made a slight mistake there, but that's fine. What I'm going to do sort of now is, now that we've got all the information from the Destiny map, I think it makes sense to on tiles. I think kind of like, you know, because there's going to be like, at the moment you only have one option per, like, essentially turn on the Destiny map. It'll be like either a monster or upgrade a card or do something else, but you'll never get any more options. It'll only ever be one option. And that's also another thing that I'm going to evolve into. But what we need to work on is simply getting the correct tiles to be created on this map, and then like the idea is you're going to go to like each time you get to a new map, you're going to see the tiles and you'll click the one that you want. For like enemies, for when you're fighting an enemy, it's probably only going to be one tile, because that's where we're kind of working on next. So even once we've created all of this, we're still only going to get one tile per thing, but that's okay. Right, so right, where are we at? Yeah, because at the moment there isn't any choices, but that's kind of because what I want to do is, and this is where it gets a little bit complicated, but every time you go up a year, right, you're going to have, the enemies are going to be tougher, but you will also get like, so the concept of having more than one tile to pick from, that is going to be a new thing that gets introduced to year one. So you actually get a few more like mechanics that work in your favour, as well as the enemies being tougher. So it's kind of a give and take. So yeah, like, so that's kind of like, that's the direction that I'm heading in. But at the moment, I've intentionally created it that you only have one tile each, like, yeah, on each like island essentially. Right, so now we need to work out how to translate the information. So let me actually, I think I need to, we're going to create a 2D object sprite square, and this will be called, let's have a think, because I need to be careful that I haven't created this tile already. Actually, the more I think about this, so what we're actually going to do, this is going to be, there's going to be problems that are going to come across, but when we're creating the tiles, we can probably use a lot of the code from here, and then we just need to shrink the tile size down. So yeah, like I say, we're going to essentially, this script here, which is what deals with the entire Destiny map, we're going to butcher bits, we're going to take bits from it, it's going to be ugly. That's why I can't make a new version, because I'm essentially having to butcher this bit of code to get my new version up and running. Okay, so we can have a look at this and try and work out what have I done? Oh, don't know how I did that. So upon awake. Yeah, so this is the bit where it's creating everything upon start. It's just starting this coroutine. So, so we're just essentially looking to still make it translatable. So there's some things that we still need to do. So it's like this, we still need to do. Summon. So that's the little deck of cards that are created, so you can see it in the corner. So just going through one by one. This is the bit where we create the map if we don't have one already. This is just where we're setting the correct chaos level, because I made a bit of a confusion earlier. Check for monster rewards. So that's good. This is where we're checking for the monster. So this ideally should only ever come up if so if we go into here, go to definition. This is the bit where we actually find out if we've got the rewards. Now I kind of want to change this concept. It's almost right, but I want to I want to stop the player from being able to like essentially getting enough coins and then leaving the game, then coming back in and essentially going back and forth, gaining as many coins as you like. and I think I might need to change this eventually. I'm not going to worry too much right now. So yeah, we're doing that. Then we're checking the rewards. After the rewards are done, we're saving the game. This bit is probably not useful because this is just where I think this is trying to work out where the camera's going or something like that. Can't even remember. So now this is where we can actually start putting in the stuff that we need. So what's actually happening here? Plant and script. Oh no, this is just the particle effect. Oh yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm not super happy with this actually. Right, tell you what I'm let me have a look. I think, you know what, I've done so much today, but I think, like, you know what it's like, I'm at another complicated bit, and we're at the point where we're trying to upgrade, and I'm trying to pick all the good bits that I need from here to put into my new map test. I shouldn't be calling it map test script, because this is going to be our main script that we're going to use. But I need to just pick bits from here, and I've realised that might require just a little bit more thought. So I'm probably going to end my stream here. Yeah, because I just don't quite have the brain capacity to do this quite today, and I think that's always a sensible option. But yeah, so right, anyway, rock and roll. Yes, actually, still absolutely fantastic script, fantastic stream today. I've had actually, and Lakia, seriously, thanks so much. I tell you what, you genuinely, as far as support goes, it's like it really does properly help me so much. And Wormhole Adventure, like, absolutely love it. Like, absolutely so much fun. Yeah, I've got the where is it? Yeah, but like when I there we go. Yeah, absolutely just play this game, absolutely brilliant. And I'll leave a review for you later today. Right, anyway, for the time being, that is me done, and I will see you guys later. Oh, the mic's still on. Oh yes, no, yeah, absolutely brilliant. Right, anyway, I'm going to probably see if I can get a raid going.
With the theme of the game that control does 5 things and shift does 10 things. Thank you for raiding, Zach. He fire. Sorry for butchering your name. Hello. What do you do? Game development game development as well? Okay, so I think this is done. So let me just commit that. Yeah, I saw the look of that game you're making and thought, I want to see that. Oh, well, that's nice to hear. It's a tower defense with RPG elements, you know, kind of like Path of Exile or Diablo or whatever. Basically, you play the game, items drop that may be towers, like this one for example, and then you can, you know, let's say upgrade it to a magic item, upgrade it to a rare item, then reroll the modifiers, and then you can equip it, and now you can place it in the game. And you keep this even when you lose or whatever, you keep this thing. And you can level up, there is skill tree. You know, you get stronger, go on to the next maps, higher difficulties. That's pretty much the gameplay loop. Oh man, this is looking awesome. Thank you. What kind of game are you making? Okay, made it so we can hold Control/Shift